Om Shri Sai Ram. The reader offers her most humble salutations at the divine lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba, Lord Ganesha and Mother Saraswati. With the divine blessings of Sai Ma, the reader starts the seva of creating an audio version of the book A Divine Life, authored by Anu Chopra in English. Beloved Bhagavan, a humble offering at thy divine lotus feet. This ocean extends to infinity. My eyes can see only this much. His love saturates all existence. My heart can hold only this much. His ways are a divine mystery. My words can unfold only this much. Author's note: a sacred tale yet untold of His unfathomable divine mystery and His eternal divine glory. An extraordinary story of a divine life blessed with faith, compassion, surrender, and proximity to our beloved Lord. An unknown dimension amongst many others to the Sri Shirdi Sai Avatar and the Sri Satya Sai Avatar. Ma's story belongs to the realm that lies beyond the frontiers of human comprehension. So be it. What is within reach is the Ananda, the pure joy that is granted to us when we take delight in His divine Leela. Let us revel in His grace. I met Ma 11 years ago. Since then, I have been, at times, a witness to and at other times a part of the divine Leela that has been taking place in her home, Sai Nilayam. Having experienced the most amazing divine play for years, I wonder why I did not feel inspired to record these events earlier. Bhagavan has his ways. There is a designated time for everything. I was in Sai Nilayam and was partaking of the holy water with which Ma had washed his divine lotus feet when Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba had blessed her with darshan on Guru Purnima day, 3rd July 2012. Perhaps for me, the sense of the enormity of it all had somewhat diminished over a period of time. That day, though I felt a keen desire to chronicle what has taken place in Sai Nilayam during Bhagavan's lifetime and continues to even now after he has given up his physical form, I wrote a letter to Bhagavan asking for his permission and blessings to write a book on Ma's divine experiences. The very next morning, when he gave darshan to her, he gave his permission and blessed the letter with Vibhuti. Ma and I arranged to meet in the evenings so that she could narrate her experiences to me. On 1st September 2012, we had our first sitting in the mandir. She did not prepare for these sessions, but spoke as he prompted her to. I recorded what was said so that there would be no inaccuracy even in the smallest details. When writing, I would repeatedly go back to these recordings to verify the facts. When Ma spoke, she relived her experiences, including her darshan of Swami, of Shirdi Baba, and of all the forms of God. I lived those moments with her. Her voice soft, eyes far away, and face transfigured, she spoke and I experienced. It brought about a shift in my consciousness of God. I pray that this experience holds the same benediction for you, my dear reader. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 1. Ma lives in Lucknow, the capital city of the state of Uttar Pradesh, India. The stage for his divine Leela is her home Sai Nilayam. Her name is Mrs. Neelam Dharan. and she is lovingly called Ma. She was born on the 17th of February 1951 in Talegaon, Maharashtra. When she was 17, she was married to Mr. V. Y. Dharan, known to all as Uncle. They have two daughters, Hema and Indra. Both are married. At the time we begin our story, Ma was teaching in a neighborhood school. Let us begin this sacred journey with the permission and blessings of our beloved Bhagavan, Sri Satya Sai Baba. It was the year 1975 when Sri Shirdi Sai Baba chose to step into Ma's home. Her mother had gone on a pilgrimage to Shirdi and had brought a beautiful idol of Shirdi Baba and the holy book Sai Sach Charitra, the life story of Shirdi Baba, as prasadam for her. Being of a naturally devout nature and keeping faith in all his forms, Ma lovingly placed the idol on the altar in her room. The following year, when she was 25 years old, she began daily Parayanam of the Sai Satcharitra. During this time, Ma frequently visited a Lord Shiva temple, which was at some distance from her house. One day, she made a vow to perform Abhishekam at the Shivlinga in that temple for 40 days, with a prayer for the fulfillment of a wish. She woke up very early and bathed. Then, carrying a small urn of water and some incense sticks with her, she walked to the temple. With his grace, Ma fulfilled the vow and Lord Shiva granted her wish. Feeling heartened, Ma made another vow to offer milk at the Shivlinga for 40 days. After fulfilling that, she walked barefoot to this temple to perform Abhishekam for yet another 40 days. Under no condition would she absent herself from this. Every day she went at the same time in the morning, irrespective of weather, health, or circumstance. When she was traveling out of town, she made sure that she located a Shiva temple in the vicinity. If Ma made a vow with his grace, no power in this world could stop her from fulfilling it. This is true even today. Once, during this period, her parents, who lived in New Delhi, came to visit her in Lucknow. Her father was an early riser. He noticed that Ma would wake up before sunrise, bathe and go out every morning. The entire household would be asleep at that time. He shared his concern with his wife. One day, as she left the house, they followed her. Ma realized that her parents were behind her, but she did not turn to look. When they saw her walk into the temple, they quietly turned and walked back. Reaching home, they prepared tea and sat, waiting for her. As she entered, her father asked casually, "Where had you gone?" Ma said softly, "You tell me." With tears in their eyes, they apologized to her. In the year 1992, Ma went to a Sai Baba temple in the neighborhood for the first time. She would attend the Sai bhajans that were held there on every Thursday. Festivals like Mahashivratri, Guru Purnima, and the birthdays of both Sri Shirdi Sai Baba and Sri Satya Sai Baba were celebrated in this temple every year. There were beautiful images of both the forms of the Lord in the shrine. By now, her Parayanam of the Sai Satcharitra had intensified. Ma would often read from the Bhagavata Purana as well as the Ramayana. Her prayers to God were to seek His blessings for her daughters' marriages. With His grace, They performed their elder daughter Hema's marriage in September 1993. Hema's husband lived in Dubai. When it was time for the newly married couple to fly to Dubai, Ma went to New Delhi to meet them. She stayed at her parents' house. Every morning before daybreak, Ma walked to the Shirdi Baba temple a few kilometers away for her Parayanam. On this particular morning, she went to the airport to see them off. There, in an emotional moment, Ma gave Hema almost all the cash that she was carrying at that time. After bidding farewell, she went to the same temple to express her gratitude to Shirdi Baba. Within the limited amount she had, she bought a robe and a garland of fresh flowers for Baba and handed them over to the priest at the temple. Ma began to walk back home with prasadam in her hand. Being physically and emotionally drained, she felt dizzy. Just then, an auto rickshaw drew up by her side. "Please sit," the driver said softly. Ma knew that the auto ride would cost her at least 20 rupees. She did not have the money with her, so she told him to go. He requested her again. She was feeling unwell, so she gave in to his plea. When they reached home, she gave him the prasadam and asked him to wait while she went in to get the money. The auto driver said that the prasadam would suffice and that he did not want the money. As he said this, Ma raised her head to look at him. "Shirdi Baba!" Frozen, she stood there gaping at him. Even as she was trying to compose herself, the auto drove away. Ma stood there for a very long time, looking in the direction in which he had gone. This was the first time that Shirdi Baba had blessed her with darshan. Ma was overwhelmed and could not hold back her tears. She did not speak about it to anyone. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 2. Early in the year 1995, Ma's daughter Hema, who now lived in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, was expecting her first child. She came to Lucknow to be with her parents till after the baby was born. On Thursday, 23rd November 1995, a son whom they named Ishan was born to Hema. After the delivery, the nurse carried the newborn child to the room. She placed him in the crib next to his mother's bed. As soon as the nurse left, Ma went up to the crib, wanting to hold the baby in her arms. As she bent to pick him up, she stopped. She saw a small picture of Sri Satya Sai Baba in the crib and a circle of vibhuti around the sleeping child. They were amazed, wondering when this could have happened. Ma picked up Swami's picture and with great reverence kept it in her purse. After 2 days, they returned home. On Guru Purnima, 30th July 1996, the Sai Mandir in the neighborhood had organized a special bhajan program in the evening. As always, Ma went to attend these bhajans. On this special occasion, a picture of Sri Satya Sai Baba was given to all those present there. Ma also received his picture as prasadam. When she reached home, she wanted to prepare some tea, so she went to the living room to get milk from the refrigerator. Carefully placing the picture on the refrigerator, Ma went to the kitchen. After some time, she returned to fetch something, and as she shut the fridge, her eyes fell on the picture. She saw what appeared to be some dust on it. Ma picked it up and carefully wiped it with her hand, placing it back in the same place. She went back to the kitchen to cook, returning to the living room several times. On one of these trips, as she shut the fridge, her eyes fell on the picture again. Looking closely now, Ma realized that there was vibhuti and kumkum powder on it. Taken aback, she called an old Sai devotee, an elderly lady whom she had known for many years. This lady was very excited and said that it was surely Swami's blessings. Ma placed the picture on the altar in her room. A few months later, Ma was as usual cooking dinner in the evening. She went to the living room to get some vegetables from the fridge. As she stepped in, she charged out in great haste. Trembling with shock and fear, she told her husband that she had seen Sri Satya Sai Baba in a miniature form about 2 feet in height, standing on the refrigerator with his hands raised in blessing. He was wearing a maroon robe, she said. Of course, uncle did not believe her. He began to worry for her. He felt that she was doing too much Parayanam. It was before the break of dawn the next day, and Ma was sleeping. She felt as though compelled by some unseen force to open her eyes. The room was lit with a strange light. She sat up slowly, feeling very confused. Still drowsy, she turned her head to look around, and her heart stopped. Before her eyes, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba was softly gliding in through the closed window. She froze. As he stood on the ground, she was mesmerized by the most beautiful, divine glow around him. He raised his hands to bless her, and then he left quietly in the same manner in which he had come. Her heart pounding, she sat dumbstruck staring at the window. This magnificent vision of Swami, resplendent in his divine glory, stayed with her for many days. Sri Satya Sai Baba would bless her with darshan 2 or 3 times every month. Her room would light up on its own. As she opened her eyes, she would see him glide in so very gently, sometimes through the window and at other times through the closed door. She would sit still, holding her breath. He would raise his hands to bless her, and as softly, as quietly as he had come, he would leave. Slowly, the duration for which Swami stayed increased, but she would still feel a bit afraid. When Swami visited, her husband would appear to be in deep sleep. Once, when he came to give darshan, she shook her husband to wake him up, but he did not move. Swami said, "My child, let him sleep, don't wake him up." Another morning, it was still very early and Ma was sleeping. Her daughter, Hema, who was visiting them at that time, was sleeping next to her. She woke up and shook her mother. "Ma, do you smell roses? There is such a strong smell of roses in the room." Ma woke up and intrigued switched on the light. She looked at the altar which was next to her bed. There were many large-sized red roses placed before all the deities in the mandir. They were fresh and had dewdrops on them. The most intense fragrance filled the room with his unseen presence. They counted. There were 21 roses in all. On another night, when everyone was fast asleep, there was a loud sound in the room. Ma woke up with a start and switched on the light. As she looked around, she saw a large coconut lying on the glass surface of the altar. Full of wonder, she thought to herself that if the coconut had landed even a little to the left or the right, it would have certainly struck something on the altar. The glass surface too was intact. One Sunday morning, Ma was doing her Parayanam of the Sai Satcharitra. She was sitting on the floor before the altar while the housemaid was sweeping the room. All this while, known to none but her, large amounts of vibhuti and kumkuma were appearing in between the pages of the book. She continued with the Parayanam. Suddenly there was a startling sound. The maid stopped sweeping and turned sharply to Ma. Ma put the book down and went to the altar. She saw some silver coins lying on the altar. A lot of vibhuti had also materialized there. Then, all of a sudden, they saw more coins falling on the floor one after another. There were 9 coins in all, 5 on the altar and 4 on the floor. All the coins had the image of Lord Ganesha and Goddess Lakshmi on one side. Some coins had Shri on the other side, while the remaining had the sacred mantra Om stamped on them. When she examined them closely, she saw that the word Bombay in very fine letters was also engraved on the coins. It was early in the summer of 2000. Ma left school after classes got over. She had to go to the telephone office to pay the bill. It was a very hot afternoon and she walked quite a distance looking out for a cycle rickshaw. As she spotted one, she asked the rickshaw puller to take her to the telephone office. When she got off and paid the fare, she told him that she might take time and that if he gets a passenger, he should go. The rickshaw puller assured her that he would wait for her. After paying the bill, Ma came out and saw him sitting under the shade of a tree waiting for her. She had already paid him the one-way fare, and when they reached her house, she asked him how much more she owed him. He did not reply to that, but asked her for vibhuti instead. At that time, it did not strike her as strange that he should ask her for vibhuti. She asked him to wait and walked up to her house, which was on the first floor of the building. After packing some vibhuti in a piece of paper, she walked down to give it to him. Looking at her expectantly, he protested that it was too little. She told him to wait and patiently repeated the earlier exercise. Again, as she gave the packet to him, he said that it was not enough. Tired and breathless, she went up the third time and got almost all the vibhuti that she had. He was still not satisfied. She conveyed to him that she did not have any more vibhuti to give him. He prepared to ride away and she turned to go home. Just then she realized that she had not paid him the fare. She turned around to talk to him, and lo and behold, there was no rickshaw and no rickshaw puller. She stood there rooted at the spot, looking around in confusion. Then slowly she walked up to her house. Her daughter Hema, who was living in Budapest, Hungary at that time, called her in the afternoon. Ma narrated the entire incident to her. Hema laughed and said, "It must have been Baba come to give you a free ride." That night, Shirdi Baba came in Ma's dream and told her that he needed neither the money nor the vibhuti. He said that he had come to test her patience. The next day, Ma went to collect a photograph of Swami which she had given to be framed. Happily, she reached home and climbed up the staircase holding the picture carefully. As she opened the door, she stopped in her tracks. Swami was standing there as though waiting for her. In the shock and confusion, the picture slipped from her hands and fell on the ground. He smiled, raised his hands to bless her and disappeared. The picture was intact. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 3. One night, Ma had a dream in which she saw Sri Satya Sai Baba standing in the balcony of her house. He seemed to be giving darshan to a large group of people gathered on the ground floor of the building. Swami told her that he would be coming to stay in her house. Ma did not understand what that meant. A few days passed as usual. Early in the morning of the 27th of November 2001, Ma had another dream. Swami told her that he was coming to stay in her house for 3 days. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that large amounts of vibhuti had materialized before all the deities on the altar. Ma had to go to school, but she made a mental note to call the old lady devotee whom she knew and tell her about the dream. This kind lady guided her again. She advised her to clean the living room and rearrange the furniture. She told her to keep the best sofa in the room for Swami and to cover it with a fresh sheet. She also asked her to place a cushion for his feet, a clean carpet for his passage, and 2 handkerchiefs on the arms of the sofa. Ma did exactly as instructed. Then she lit an oil lamp. This evening, this elderly lady came to Ma's house with 2 other devotees. They brought Naivedyam with them, which they placed on the table next to Swami's sofa and sat to sing bhajans. After the bhajans, they partook of the prasadam and left. After dinner, Ma went to the living room to pour some oil in the lamp for the night. She noticed with awe that the sofa that had been placed for Swami had a lot of vibhuti and 1 rudraksh on it. The red carpet that she had placed leading up to this sofa had his footprints in vibhuti. Also, there was kumkum on Swami's picture. She called up these same ladies and informed them about the miracles. They were very excited and promised to come the next morning to take over the proceedings as Ma had to go to school. When she returned from school in the afternoon, Ma was taken aback. She saw that there were several people in her house, most of whom she had never met before. They were talking in hushed but animated tones. Word had spread and Sai devotees had come to pay their obeisance. Some had brought Naivedyam with them and others had brought flowers. There was a sense of awe and much excitement. At one time, a devotee would discover vibhuti where earlier there was none. Then another person would spot kumkuma or honey flowing from a photograph. The Naivedyam that devotees brought was blessed with vibhuti. One devotee who was a golf player placed some golf balls before Swami's picture and prayed for his blessings. Swami blessed him with vibhuti, honey and a rudraksh. It was in this setting that my husband and I first stepped into Ma's house. We had come with flowers to be placed at his divine lotus feet. We sat for bhajans, partook of the prasadam and left. The next evening, we were there again. The vibrations in the house were intense. His presence was palpable. All were quiet, eyes closed in prayer. There was one thought, this will be over tomorrow morning. Someone came to Ma and said, please pray to Swami to stay for 2 more days. When Swami came in the early hours of the morning, Ma prayed, Swami, everyone is saying, please stay for 2 more days. He raised his hands to bless her and then he left. For the next 2 days, the manifestations continued, as did the Namasmaranam, the bhajans and the prayers. The memories of those enchanted days, saturated with divine bliss, are still fresh in our hearts. On the 5th day, after everyone had left in the evening, Ma was alone in the living room, lost in thought. She was tired and was trying to tidy up. All of a sudden, the room was washed in a beautiful light. The air was dense with his divine presence. Ma saw Swami standing on the red carpet which had been placed for his passage, he said to her, "My child, come with me to Rishikesh." Ma began to walk with Swami on that carpet, which appeared to be stretching ahead for miles. It seemed to her that they had walked for about 10 or 15 minutes when she noticed that Swami had some red colored flowers in his hands. They looked very bright and fresh. Soon they approached a small temple which looked very old, almost ancient. Swami smiled and handed the flowers to her. He asked her to offer them at the shrine, which she did. As she turned around to look at Swami, he was not there. In a moment, she found herself back in her living room as though nothing had happened. She sat there for a long time, completely overwhelmed, and then cleared the room before settling in for the night. After a few months, Hema and another devotee had an inspired idea. They brought 2 dippis, small-sized boxes, one for each of them, and marked them with their initials. They placed these before Swami's picture on the altar and prayed to him to bless them. In a couple of days, when they opened the dibbis, they saw that one was filled with vibhuti and the other with kumkuma. Thus began the practice of devotees placing their little dibbis and praying for Swami's blessings. It continues to this day. Swami has at different times blessed his dibbis with vibhuti, kumkuma, honey, amrita, rudraksha, japamalas, tulsi malas, shivalinga, shaligrama, silver padukas, and sometimes small idols. Devotees come to Ma seeking solace. Often she would find someone waiting outside her house when she returned from school in the afternoon. She listened to all with immense patience. They would request her to pray for them, which she always did. Her gentle ways helped to soothe their pain. Some devotees took Ma's permission to hold bhajans on every Thursday before the altar in her room. Sometimes during these bhajans, Swami blessed the devotees with rudraksha, malas of different kind, tulsi, sandalwood, spatika, and rudraksha, and small idols. Those who were the recipients of his blessings would be in tears, deeply moved. Their faith in Swami grew, marking the beginning of many positive changes in their lives. Some people came in plain curiosity and developed deep faith and devotion. Swami's leelas continued unabated. There was hardly a day when something miraculous did not happen. The Lord granted supreme Ananda to all he called. Om Sai Ram. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of my beloved Bhagavan. My is the question. Well, it's simple. I take a lot of liberties with him. He is my friend, philosopher, and guide. He is one such God who listens to you even before you run the prayer in your heart. As I am writing this in my office, my heart is totally at peace, and my whole soul is in Sai Nilayam, my Ma's house. It all began way back, I can call it since Adam's, and I am getting quite nostalgic while sharing this with everyone. As a little girl, I always saw Ma, my mother, being devoted to our beloved Bhagavan. The biggest realization of his divinity came to me when Swami gave me a dream of him coming to see me in the form of my son. Little did I realize what it meant until Ishan was born on 23rd November, a Thursday, the least expected delivery date. We visited Ma and Pa for holidays. When he was in Sai Nilayam, Ishan would sometimes see Swami, but as a kid he was unable to clearly explain who he was. At Ma's place, Ishan was blessed with vibhuti on his forehead a few times. We felt Swami's presence all the time. Once on Holi, Loads of color appeared on his pictures. On Eid's too. Kumkuma appeared on all the pictures. Or when I saw 21 roses spread in the mandir, or for that matter a mere coffee break where Ma served him coffee. And wow, it was gone. I came to Ma's place for the delivery of my second child. When my daughter Ishna was born, she was running high temperature, and being a premature baby, she was weak. It was then that Ishan said that he could see Swami playing with Ishna and applying red tika on her forehead and blessing her did indeed appear on her forehead. When I visited Ma, the kids would also have vibhuti circled around them while they were fast asleep. This is written by Hema Gulati, Toronto. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 4. On 11th April 2003, Ma and Uncle moved to their new residence. In this house, they had reserved the largest room for the mandir, so that the bhajans could be conducted properly. There was a beautiful picture of Swami in the center of the room, and two smaller pictures of Shirdi Baba and Swami on either side. On the right hand side, a sofa was placed for Baba, and on the left for Swami. An idol of Shirdi Baba and those of all the beautiful forms of God were placed on a step in front of the pictures. Even while they were setting it up, vibhuti, kumkuma and honey began to appear. Now Swami had a novel way of informing Ma of his arrival in the mandir. In the early hours of the morning, usually between 2:30 a.m. and 3:30 a.m., when Swami arrived to give darshan, the bhajan Hari Narayana, Hari Narayana, Hari Narayana Bhajore would begin to play on its own on a high volume. The sound appeared to be originating from the music system in the mandir, although there was no CD or cassette placed inside it. As soon as she heard this, Ma would jump out of her bed and run to the mandir to have darshan of the Lord. Sometimes the same bhajan would play 2 or 3 times in a row without a pause. Uncle would rarely wake up at that time, and on the days that he did not venture in. He would sit at the dining table in the room adjoining the mandir and wait for Ma to come out. On a few occasions, Uncle heard Ma speak fluently in Telugu. He was taken aback, as Ma is Punjabi and has no knowledge whatsoever of Telugu. Uncle belongs to Kerala, so he is familiar with this language from South India. On 4 or 5 occasions, Swami told Ma to ask Uncle, who was sitting at the dining table, to make some coffee for him. Though he would get nervous, Uncle prepared the coffee with utmost love and care. Ma carried the cup in and Swami had the coffee steaming hot. Once he left some coffee in the cup, which Uncle gratefully had as prasadam. This bhajan, which announced the arrival of the Lord, would sometimes begin to play on its own during the Thursday bhajans. At these times, the bhajan singer would stop singing and all would repeat Hari Narayana in voices choked with emotion. Sometimes the bhajan would repeat. At other times, another bhajan would follow. Once the Gayatri mantra in Swami's voice played 108 times. There were 2 occasions on which bhajans began to play on their own on a particular day and continued to play non-stop through day and night for 2 to 3 days. Once, While this was going on, the power supply went off, but the bhajans did not stop playing. For the past few years, devotees had been keeping small dipis in the mandir with a prayer to Swami to bless them. Sometimes his blessings manifested the next day and sometimes after a few weeks. Some devotees kept dipis before their birthdays praying for a gift from Swami. One day, a devotee wished to get guidance from Swami on some very important issue. She wrote a letter to him. In the letter, she asked a question and followed it below with a few options as the possible answers. She sealed the letter, addressed it to Swami, and with a prayer placed it before his picture. Swami did not disappoint her. When Ma saw that there was vibhuti on the envelope, she called up this lady who lost no time in reaching the mandir. When she picked up the envelope, she saw that it was still sealed. There was some vibhuti on the envelope, so she opened it very carefully and took out the letter. There was more vibhuti inside the letter. When she looked up, her eyes were moist with tears. Swami had put a mark in a light orange color on one of the options that she had written. She bowed down in deep gratitude to the most loving and merciful Lord. After this, hundreds of devotees have kept letters addressed to Swami, praying for his divine guidance. Some he answers and some he does not, but blesses with vibhuti, kumkuma or honey. There may be some he chooses to ignore. There have been times when a letter has disappeared for a few days and then reappeared. He has a few times asked Ma to pick up a letter and throw it away. Once he tore a sealed letter with his own hands. One day, in the month of July 2005, Ma left school as usual to go home in the afternoon. She needed a recharge on her mobile, so she walked to the mobile store and bought a recharge coupon. It was a very hot day, and feeling tired, she began to walk back home. A cycle rickshaw came and stopped by her side. Messaging on her phone, she sat on it without looking up. They were home in less than 5 minutes. The rickshaw stopped in front of the main gate of the building in which she lived. Ma asked the rickshaw puller how much she owed him. He asked for 11 rupees. She found it a bit strange, not 5, not 10, but 11. She looked up at him and asked, "Why 11? But he insisted. She searched her bag but could not find a 1 rupee coin. Ma looked at him again to see that she did not have the chain. When she gasped, "Baba!" It was Shirdi Baba. She hurriedly took out a 100 rupee note from her bag and said, "Baba, please accept this." Baba said, "No, I want 11 rupees. She pleaded once again. Baba said, "Okay, if you don't have 11 rupees, take this." Vibhuti began to pour out of his hand onto hers. She was in tears. At that moment, she saw that around her everything was stationary. It was as if everything had come to a standstill. The cars, the people on the road, and even the customers in the grocery shop across the road. The scene around her seemed to have frozen in time. As she looked down, she noticed a circle of vibhuti around the rickshaw. Then, before she knew, he was gone. She was crying, feeling dejected that she had not been able to give Baba what he had asked for. Slowly, she began to walk into the building. At the main gate, the guard who was on duty at that time had seen the entire Leela. He followed Ma upstairs to her house. She was still crying silently. He rang the doorbell. Hema, who was visiting them at that time, opened the door. Excitedly, he told her that he had seen Shirdi Baba materializing Vibhuti and pouring it on Ma's hand. Hema ran down to the road. She saw that the circle of Vibhuti was still there. In the meanwhile, Ma, still in a daze, took 11 rupees and went to the mandir. She offered this at the image of his divine lotus feet. As she bowed her head at his feet and got up, she saw that the money was gone. Om Shri Sai Ram. I would like to share with the readers a few of my own experiences leading to my change of heart and accepting Him as God. It was in 1973 when I had gone to New Delhi to bring my family back to Lucknow after their holidays at my in-laws' place. I boasted of returning home without seeing Swami, who was on a visit to New Delhi at that time. But Swami, my Lord Preceptor, had other ideas and willed otherwise. Someone who came to receive me told me that my younger daughter, Minnie, had taken seriously ill. She was admitted to a nursing home, so he ordered the cab driver to take us to the nursing home in R.K.Puram. I was distraught with worry. "Come to Golf Links tomorrow," a voice ordered me from within. So armed with the orders, I reached there and occupied a vantage position outside the boundary wall of the house where my Lord was expected to give darshan. When the appointed time came, Swami came as if floating above the ground. I thrust my right hand through the barbed wire fencing and shouted at the top of my voice, "Baba, kindly touch me," several times lest he fails to listen. He came where I stood and touched me by my knuckles. With his blessings, my daughter recovered and we all came back to Lucknow. This incident brought about a sea change both externally and internally, changing my entire mindset. I was never the same again. The transformation was complete and unchangeable. The miracles of Swami are many and varied. About 5 years back, Swami had come to my house, Sai Nilayam, to give darshan to my wife. During the course of the darshan, at around 3:30 a.m., my wife came out where I was sitting and told me that Swami had ordered for coffee. Dismayed at the suddenness of the order and the possible delay it might involve in its delivery, for want of ready availability of necessary ingredients for its preparation, I almost ran the risk of getting into an argument with her. She suddenly understood the situation and told me about the availability of ready-made coffee in the pantry. Cutting short a long discussion, I got down to business and prepared the coffee and handed it to her to be delivered to Swami in the temple. I heard her speaking with Swami in impeccable Telugu, of which she had absolutely no knowledge whatsoever. Swami can make anybody speak in any language, choice or no choice. Swami drank the coffee in a jiffy and handed back the cup to her with a little coffee left in the bottom of the cup as prasadam for me. The doctor of doctors was once treated by my humble self. Sitting in the temple one day, my wife got the inspiration that I should advise a homeopathic medicine for Swami and place it next to his chair in the temple. As we had seen in some video recordings, since the time that Swami had the fall in Vrindavan, he appeared to be having a problem in walking. I have done a deep study in homeopathy and practice it as a hobby. I placed a prescription along with necessary medicines in dilutions at my Lord's lotus feet. The duration of the treatment was about 2 months. When the bottle was placed on his table, the medicine in the bottle reduced steadily for the period, indicating that he was following the prescription. I was very grateful to my Lord. I would like to recall one more incident of Swami's miracles before signing off. It was some 6 or 7 years back in time. The entire building was in the danger of going up in flames in the middle of the night due to a short circuit in the switch room. There were many gas cylinders lying close by. Also, all the cars were parked next to the switch room. There was a lot of panic and chaos in the building. My wife asked me, my elder daughter, and her 2 kids who had come from Canada to spend their vacation to leave the house and seek a safer haven downstairs. She saw us off and came back to her temple and saw, to her utter surprise, that Bhagwan was sitting in his chair in the temple. He smiled and raised both his hands in blessing. She knew that he would take care. When we came up, we saw that there was a lot of fresh vibhuti on the dining room wall. Swami took care of a potentially very dangerous situation and saved the day. Mr. Y. V. Dharan, Lucknow. In my conflict-ridden life, when I got Sai Bhajan and when I went to Sai Nilayam, I saw many miracles. With these miracles, my life changed. Once, my husband had a lot of problem in his foot. He could not go to our shop to work, so I used to go. Once on a Thursday, I was desperate to go for bhajan, and with Baba's grace, my husband suddenly turned up there and told me to go to attend the bhajan. As soon as I reached, I got the feeling that Baba had come for the bhajan. Something in me had told me to hurry up. Baba has come to the mandir. From the time I entered there, I kept crying. From that day onwards, slowly my life changed. At that time, our children were very small. I used to be very disturbed. With Baba's grace, everything kept turning out well. My children are now grown up and well educated. My son is now an engineer. Some years back, I came to know that I had a tumor in my breast. I was sitting for bhajan and I told Swami that I don't want to get surgery done. I had a surgery earlier and also I did not have the money for a surgery. I prayed that Swami, you will have to cure me with medicines only. Just then, during the bhajan, I saw Vibhuti on my lap. With Swami's grace, I was cured of the tumor in 15 days. Once, I was sitting in the bhajan thinking that I have heard but never seen a Rudraksha Mala come in the mandir. Just then, I saw a Rudraksha Mala appear on Swami's picture. It kept growing till it became a full mala. In this way, I kept witnessing miracles and my life kept changing slowly and things settled down. Indu Seth, Lucknow. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram, Chapter 5. On a winter morning in the year 2003, Swami had come to the mandir to give darshan. He was sitting on his sofa while Ma was sitting at his feet. She asked softly, Swami, may I touch your feet? Swami nodded and smiled. Just as Ma stretched her hand forward to touch his lotus feet, she drew back startled. She saw that the big toe of Swami's right foot had grown to an enormous size, and in it she saw stars, planets, men, women, animals, and birds. Everything was in a state of motion, as though in a film. She was completely taken aback and was not able to take her eyes away from the magnificent sight. Just then, she saw that in his next toe, which had also grown large, there were mountains, vast tracts of land, flowing rivers, trees and plants. Everything was moving at his divine lotus feet. Similarly, in his third toe, she had darshan of Prashanti Nilayam, the abode of the Lord. She saw the hills, the ashram, the mandir and other buildings. She had never been to Puttaparthi but had seen pictures. In his last two toes, Swami blessed Ma with darshan of all the beautiful forms of God. Lord Narayana, Lord Shiva, Goddess Durga, Lord Ganesha and Hanumanji appeared, their hands raised to bless her. Ma said, all the gods seem to be going round and round, just as the earth moves around the sun. As soon as she lifted her eyes to look up, it was all over. Swami's lotus feet were appearing to be normal again. Ma was speechless. Swami looked at her very sweetly and asked softly, Darshan kar liya? You had darshan? Ma says that she did not understand what Swami had shown her and what he meant when he said, Darshan kar liya? After a few days, when Swami came to the mandir to give darshan, he said, my child, I gave you Brahmanda darshan on that day. Ma thought to herself, how fortunate I am to witness such leelas of God. One day, in the beginning of the year 2004, Swami had come to give darshan in the mandir and he was sitting on his sofa. Suddenly, he stood up and extended his hand forward to Ma. Ma immediately understood that Swami was going to take her somewhere. He began to walk towards the door with her by his side. She had no idea where Swami was taking her, but soon she felt that she was floating in the air with him, while still holding his hand. After some time, they reached their destination. She found herself standing on the ground next to Swami. It was very early in the morning there. Swami said, my child, this is Puttaparthi. Ma was overjoyed. She had always had the desire to go to Puttaparthi but had never been there. Swami held her hand gently and she went along happily walking by his side. There were other people on the road going about their morning routine. It was clear that they were unable to see Swami. They walked down a narrow street and reached an enclosure with a small temple in it. Swami said, this is my Janmasthanam. Swami took her to have darshan of the Lord Shiva Mandir, the Hanuman Mandir, the Kalpavriksham, Ma Ishwaramma's Samadhi, Gokulam, and Sai Kulwant Hall. Then Swami took Ma to have darshan of his room in Yajur Mandir. She says that it was a simple, small room. There was a slightly high, good-sized single bed in the room. Ma remembers that she saw a mosquito net on the bed. Next to his bed was a round bedside table on which she saw Swami's glass filled with water. A wooden cupboard was placed next to the bedside table. There was also one armchair in the room. She recalls that she saw a maroon-colored rug on the floor on which she saw Swami's slippers. After Ma had darshan of Prashanti Nilayam, for which she had yearned for long, Swami took her back to her mandir and then he left. A few days later, Swami took her for another visit. She was with Swami in a strange village and was walking by his side. Soon they reached a place where she saw a small hut. Swami did not mention where they were, but he took her to the entrance of this hut. A few people were standing there, talking to each other. Swami told her, this is the place where I will reincarnate as Prema Sai. Every year, 19th November is celebrated as Ladies' Day in Prashanti Nilayam. Ved Path, bhajans, speeches, music and other programs are conducted exclusively by ladies. In the evening, there is a cultural program including a dance drama by the students of the primary school Prashanti Nilayam. At that time, it used to be in the physical presence of Swami. On this day, Swami often gifted saris to the students, teachers, doctors, the hospital staff, as also to the ladies in charge of security and other ashram staff. On 19th November 2003, when Swami came to the mandir to give darshan to Ma, he was carrying a small packet neatly wrapped in his hands. With a loving smile that so beautifully lit up his lotus eyes, he handed the gift to Ma. Very carefully she began to open the packet. Inside it was a blue silk sari with a beautiful red border. Holding the gift close to her, Ma smiled through her tears. "Thank you, Swami." My younger daughter was studying in the primary school Prashanti Nilayam at that time. That evening, when we called to speak to her, we informed her that Swami had gifted a sari to Ma in the morning. She immediately asked, "Was it a blue sari with a red border?" We were surprised. "How did you know?" She replied laughingly, "Because those were the saris Swami gave here in Prashanti Nilayam also." I was very fortunate to be associated with Sai Ma's brother, who accompanied me during our first visit to Sai Nilayam. Our amazement was positively triggered when the box of besan laddus were lavishly blessed with a shower of vibhuti outside the box as well as inside the wrapped and sealed box. Besides, some 9 laddus taken by Swami. When the Sai at Sai Always There project was launched, we took the pre-release pictures of Baba for blessings to Sai Nilayam. On an earlier visit to Sai Nilayam, Baba showered on me a japamala. I was sitting in the mandir at Sai Nilayam and reviewing the video taken, and from the ceiling, this japamala came down on my left shoulder and then fell to the left of where I was sitting. One of my office assistants came to Sai Nilayam with me to place some electrical decorations over there in the temple. He brought a Shirdi Baba statue for blessing. He was dismayed that it was not blessed and he told me, "Sir, abhi tak bless nahi kiya Baba ne." "Sir, Baba has not blessed till now." I looked at the statue and it was blessed with a shower of vibhuti that very instant. My nephew, who is a neurospecialist in USA, also came and visited Sai Nilayam to pay his respects to Sai Ma. My sister also came afterwards and met Sai Ma at Sai Nilayam, conveying to her the gratitude of her son. To me, Sai Nilayam is another home of devotion. I have felt the presence of Baba the way we used to feel his presence in 1985 when he entrusted the mandir painting work in Prashanti Nilayam to me for the 60th birth anniversary. Often I think of the inexplicable miracles that abound there. Once when I was videographing an event in Sai Nilayam, a balloon burst, startling everyone. The balloon was not of high inflation, but it was a small balloon with just enough inflation in it. Its bursting was beyond question, but still it burst as it did with a bang. And the next moment, the cassette player started playing bhajans when there was no cassette in it. Baba evidenced his presence in such profound ways that I salute his omnipresence, always there as everywhere. Satya Sai Charanam Samarpayami. This was shared by Jitendra Shad, New Delhi. In the year 2002, when few devotees used to come for the bhajans at Sai Nilayam, as I sang my favorite bhajan soulfully, lost in devotion, I felt a whisk of air on my face, and to my utter delight, saw a silver Durga Ma's locket fall into my lap. The very same year, I was blessed with my second child after a long wait of 9 years. Recently, as we sat for the Ved part conducted by Lata, a devotee, I was mesmerized by Swami's divine presence in the room, as I saw Swami's handkerchief was moving up and down, showing his unmistakable presence, and I was lost in Ananda. And the next moment, to my overwhelming joy, I opened my eyes to see a spatik mala fall in front of me. These experiences gave us a lot of Ananda and brought us closer to Swami. This was shared by Meenu Manik Tala, Lucknow. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 6. Hema had come from Toronto with her children for their summer vacation. The school break was drawing to a close and they were preparing to go back to Canada. On the evening of 28th August 2003, Ma was sitting in the mandir with them. Ishan, who was almost 8 years old at that time, said, "Nani, it is time for us to go back to Toronto. Please ask Swami to come and stay here with us for a few days." Ma said, "Why don't you write a letter to Swami and invite him?" Immediately, Ishan got a pen and paper and wrote a letter. Praying to Swami, he placed it on the step before his picture. Less than 5 minutes had passed when he asked Ma, "Nani, do you think Swami would have blessed the letter?" "Not yet, Ishan. Wait," she replied. But Ishan was very eager. He sat with his eyes closed. After 10 minutes, he opened the letter, put it back, and sat again to pray. After a while, when he looked for the second time, he exclaimed with joy, "Nani, Swami has blessed the letter. He will come." They cleaned and prepared the mandir for the Lord. They also placed a couch for him to rest on and covered it with an orange-colored silk sari. Flowers were arranged for, and the mandir was beautifully decorated. There was a sense of awe and much anticipation. With hearts full of prayer, they retired for the night. The next morning, while Ma was doing Namasmaranam, Swami came to give her darshan. He asked her to take Padanamaskar and said that he would stay for 5 days. After a few minutes, he left. Soon after that, Hema woke up with a start and ran to the mandir, wondering if Swami had come. As she entered, she saw that there was a lot of vibhuti on the couch. There was a brilliant glow in the mandir. All the pictures and idols were being blessed with large amounts of vibhuti and honey. Wherever Ma walked, she left behind a trail of vibhuti. Her clothes, sticky with honey, were clinging to her. She was in a daze. The children who were awake now were excitedly collecting vibhuti from all over the house. Word spread that Swami had come to Sai Nilayam to stay for 5 days. Devotees were coming all day to have darshan of the mandir. Some sat to do Parayanam, while others did Namasmaranam. There was much amazement and wonder at the visible manifestations of divinity. The next day, before the break of dawn, Swami made a revelation. That day, the Lord came to Sai Nilayam in both his forms. As Ma stood before them, to her left was Swami and to her right was Shirdi Baba. Looking at Ma, his eyes soft with love, Swami asked, "Do you know our relationship in your previous birth?" She replied, "No, Swami." Swami said, "You are Shirdi Baba's mother." Ma was silent. Shirdi Baba was looking at her with deep concern. He nodded and said in Hindi, "Haan, Ma, ho." "Yes, you are the mother." Ma says that she was unable to react. Feeling bewildered, she slowly turned to look at Shirdi Baba, then to Swami, and back again to Shirdi Baba. She says that she did not feel anything. She had always worshipped Shirdi Baba as God and did not feel maternal love for him. The next morning, again, Swami and Shirdi Baba came to the mandir to give darshan to Ma. Shirdi Baba looked at her. His face was very gentle and his eyes melting with immense love. He spoke softly in Hindi. "Tu maa hai meri. You are my mother." Ma was in tears, completely shaken. After that day, when Ma was alone in a mandir, she would often wonder with amazement, "I am Shirdi Baba's mother?" Almost 6 years later, it was the summer of 2009. Ma would now sleep in the mandir at night, spreading her mattress on the floor. That morning, she had just completed Namasmaranam when Shirdi Baba entered from the balcony door and sat down by her side. Nowadays, when Shirdi Baba would come, he would not sit on his sofa but on the floor with her. After some time, Swami also came to the mandir. He sat on his sofa. Shirdi Baba slowly bent forward and said, "Ma, let me touch your feet." Ma was alarmed. She jumped up and ran to the door. She cried, "No, Baba, this will be a sin." Just then Shirdi Baba disappeared. She looked around but could not see him. Distressed, her face flushed, she looked at Swami pleadingly. She saw then that Swami was carrying a small infant in his arms. Before she knew what was happening, he gave the child to her. Swami said, "This is your child. You are his mother." The little baby was now in her arms. She looked at him intently, oblivious to everything around her. She felt magnetically drawn to the child and could not take her eyes away from his face. Her heart was so full it hurt. Tears welled up in her eyes. In that instant, she knew that he was hers. She held him close to her heart, blinded with tears. She realized that she was full as a new mother is. She knew now, without a shadow of doubt, that this child was Shirdi Baba, her son. She cried and she cried. Since that day, she looks upon him as a mother would her child. He touches her feet with the reverence of a son. Her heart is filled with love and tenderness. Now, we come back to 30th August 2003, the second day of Swami's stay at Sai Nilayam. A lady devotee had called to ask if she could come at 5 o'clock the next morning to perform a small ritual. She came in the morning and requested Ma to allow her to be alone in the mandir for a short while. Ma went out. After some time, the lady also came out. When Ma saw that she had been crying, she offered her a cup of tea and sat with her. The lady told Ma that while she was performing the worship, she had darshan of Swami. And sitting next to Swami, she saw her mother who had passed away many years ago. On this day, during bhajans in the morning, the bhajan Hari Narayana began to play on its own. Everyone knew that Swami indicated his presence by playing this bhajan. In the evening, many devotees came, bringing Naivedyam with them. Swami blessed with vibhuti and others with honey. There was a lot of prasadam and everyone had their meal before going home in the evening. Ma was very tired and appeared to be in a daze. Around midnight, she went to the mandir and sat for Namasmarana. Swami came. She took Pada Namaskar. Then she asked, "Swami, can I come to Puttaparthi?" Swami said, "My child, you don't come. I will come to give you darshan." Then Swami took Ma to visit some places which she says she did not recognize. She had never seen them before. When she came back to the mandir with Swami, he materialized a pair of silver padakas and asked Ma to give them to a certain devotee. Then Swami left. She was immersed in Ananda. She felt no body consciousness. She was in the mandir, she says, but did not have the feeling of being there physically. After some time, when she began to slowly come out of it, she thought, "What am I doing here? Nothing has any meaning, only God. Swami, I want to be with you. Swami, I want to merge with you." She was crying and was oblivious to everything around her, with one prayer, "God, please take me with you." Just then Hema entered. It was around 4 o'clock in the morning. "Mama," she said. There was no response from Ma. She cried out loudly, "Mama!" Again, Ma did not respond. Hema panicked. She pushed Ma, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor at that time. Ma fell sideways. With a start, she sat up. Bewildered, she looked at Hema and said, "I am going with Swami." Hema shouted in panic, "This cannot be. Swami, please leave. Go away. I don't need you. I need my mother." She was hysterical. Ma pleaded with her, "Please let me go. Please understand. I have completed all my duties. I have no desires." Hema was very afraid. She was crying and shouting at the same time, "Swami, please leave." Ma surrendered. She thought maybe the time for me to go has not come yet. She kept quiet. Then Hema saw that Vibhuti was flowing out from Ma's fingers. She saw with complete amazement that something was coming out from the tips of her nails. She held her breath. A pair of silver padukas emerged from Ma's fingers. After some time, Ma was talking normally. Hema relaxed a little. Then she told her mother, "You are doing too much namasmaranam. I will not let you spend so much time in the mandir." Ma said, "Please try to understand what is happening. Please see His grace. Please see how many people are benefiting, how fast their faith is growing. That is perhaps the reason why Swami is showing so many miracles. Accept it, my child." Then she kept quiet. On the third day, bhajans were held again at 11 o'clock in the morning. Divine manifestations continued all day. Devotees continued to come for darshan, for Parayanam, and also with Naivedyam for Swami. That afternoon, on the floor near Swami's couch, where he had given darshan in the morning, was a heap of camphor with a 3-inch tall brass idol of Lord Narayana in it. I called my younger daughter, who was studying in the primary school in Prashanti Nilayam. When I told her about the miracles that were taking place in Sai Nilayam, she began to cry, feeling sad that she was unable to experience these leelas of Bhagavan. Ma, trying to console her, said, "That idol of Narayana Bhagavan is for you. When you come home, take it and keep it in your mandir." She said, "Auntie, Swami has given for you. How can I take it?" However, Ma went to pick up the idol and keep it safely for her. Wonder of wonders! There were 2 identical idols next to each other, one for Ma and the other one for the little girl in Prashanti Nilayam. In the evening, a devotee came to Ma and asked her if she could give one of the idols of Lord Narayana to him. Ma could not refuse. The next morning, when Swami came to give darshan, he created another identical idol and said, "Ma, my child, this is for you." The next morning, when Swami came to give darshan, he created another identical idol and said, "My child, this is for you." That evening, a lady floated the idea that some devotees should keep vigil all night doing namasmaranam. Ma had her reservations but did not say anything. About 15 people stayed back. They moved the furniture and spread a white sheet in the hall outside the mandir. Everyone sat there with their Parayanam books and Japamalas. The atmosphere was electric. There was much awe and heightened anticipation. Ma was in the mandir doing namasmaranam. At about 1 o'clock there was a sound from inside. Something changed in the air. They looked at each other, not daring to breathe. Swami was in the mandir. All eyes were shut in prayer. They could hear a soft murmur from inside. A few minutes passed like this. All of a sudden, one lady stood up. Along with her, another person also got up. Slowly, these two began to move towards the entrance of the mandir. Some devotees who were there at that time said that just then they saw a flash of lightning from inside. Perhaps that is what made these two hurriedly retrace their steps, fear writ large on their faces. Ma came out from the mandir looking quite upset. As she walked towards her room, she told Hema to ask everyone to sit outside. She said that only Hema and my elder daughter, who was also there at that time, should be inside. She conveyed through them that those sitting outside should do Om recitation. She also asked these two girls to place a chair for Swami in her room and cover it with a fresh sheet. As soon as the chair was placed, Vibhuti began to materialize on it. A Shivalinga and some Japamalas also appeared. Then Ma went and sat on the floor next to the cushion which had been placed for Swami's lotus feet. She said that everyone should come into the room one at a time. She asked me to come and sit by her side. The room was quite dark. Her voice was deep and her face had an expression I don't know how to describe. One at a time, everyone came in. She was not looking in the direction of the entrance, but she knew who was coming in. Ma sat facing Swami's chair and spoke in a commanding tone. I heard her conversation with all those who came in. She spoke to a few about some particular deeds that they had done and asked them to improve their karma. She discussed specific health problems with some others. It was clear that Ma in her conversation with them had touched a personal chord. A lot of vibhuti was continuously materializing where Swami's chair was placed. This she was giving to everyone as prasadam. After this intense experience, everyone was very quiet. Ma went back to the mandir. Swami later told her that there were some sinners in that group of devotees. He said that he had prompted her to tell them to improve their karma, but they would not change. Swami came again in the early hours of the morning. He said, "My child, I am going to give you darshan of all the gods." Before she could comprehend what Swami was saying, she saw with complete amazement the divinely beautiful and towering figures of Lord Narayana, Lord Shiva, Sri Krishna, Goddess Durga, Goddess Lakshmi, and Hanumanji standing in her mandir. She remembers clearly that the Sudarshana Chakra in Lord Narayana's hand was moving very fast and that he looked unimaginably beautiful in bright yellow robes. She says that Lord Shiva was in tiger skin clothing and that she felt very afraid of the moving serpent on his neck. Sri Krishna was wearing his mukutam and carrying his flute in his hand. Ma Durga was exquisitely beautiful in a bright red sari. She says that she saw the gods but did not feel that she was actually having darshan of his divine form. She says that it seemed to her as though she was watching a film. Swami said, "Devi, charan sparsh karo." Devi touched their feet. Ma touched their feet one by one. She felt a strange sensation in her body. She was shaking and shivering. While she was still in a daze, all the gods left. Only Swami stayed back. He asked her to have special bhajan that evening, as it was the 5th and the last day of his stay. He said that he would be presiding over the bhajans in all his divine forms. As per Swami's directions, bhajans were organized in the evening. Ma was not sitting in the mandir during bhajans as there was not enough room inside. She sat out and asked me to sit with her. She said that during the bhajans she was having darshan of all the beautiful forms of God who had come to the mandir in the morning. She said that the gods were smiling and looked very happy. While uncle was performing the aarti, Ma told me that she could see all the gods walk out of the main door towards the steps that were going down. She was crying silently at that time, for those enchanted days were drawing to a close. The next morning, Swami came to give darshan and asked her to take Pada Namaskar. He told her not to feel sad and assured her that he would continue to come to give her darshan. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. At the lotus feet of my beloved Bhagavan Shri Satya Sai Baba, my day starts with Swami and ends with Swami, as I consider the Lord a big part of my life. Whenever I do something important, I remember Swami, and right now, as I'm writing this passage, I have a picture of Swami with me. I have been devoted to Swami from a very early part of my life. I was born in Lucknow on November 23, 1995, and I am fortunate enough to share my birthday with the Lord. I have spent a part of my childhood in Lucknow, growing up being surrounded by Swami's miracles. As I was growing up, I used to see vibhuti, honey, sandal powder, and vermilion appear on Swami's pictures. I used to hear bhajans, specifically Hari Narayana, playing even when there was no cassette present in the player. Since I was a very young child, I was fascinated by all these miracles that were happening around me that triggered my curiosity and brought me even closer to him. As a young boy, whenever I visited Sai Nilayam, where my grandparents lived, I used to see people's prayers coming true. I used to wonder how this was possible and why this happened. Later on, I learned that if you have love and faith, you can get whatever you want from Swami. These experiences transformed me totally and connected me to Swami. After spending a memorable and beautiful time with my grandparents, I had to return to Toronto, and while leaving Lucknow, at the back of my mind I felt I was leaving Swami behind, but I was proven wrong by Swami himself, as when I reached Toronto, vibhuti appeared on all of Swami's photographs. If you live in a foreign country, you tend to forget your values as you get caught up in the materialistic world. But my mother had a big role in keeping me close to my values and Swami. I thought that Swami was only present in Sai Nilayam in Lucknow, but after coming back to Toronto, he showed me that he was omnipresent and that if you have true faith and devotion, he is always going to be with you. To recall an incident, I was with my sister waiting for the school bus in the morning. Suddenly, I felt the world had come to a standstill, as there were no cars or people on the road, no birds chirping in the early morning sun, and there was an unusual pin-drop silence. During this time, I felt a form of energy around me, and I felt a hand being placed on my shoulder. And I at once knew that Swami's presence was with me. This eerie situation was broken by the arrival of the school bus, and everything returned to normality. Later on, I learned that a serious situation had occurred there in the morning when I was waiting at a bus stop that had required police presence. But Swami had shielded us from that eventuality and had taken us under his protective wings. By experiencing this, I realized that Swami's message to all his children is that if you have faith, love, and true devotion, he will always be there at every step of the way. For the Lord himself has said, "Take one step towards me, I shall take 100 towards you. Shed but one tear for me, I shall wipe away 100. This was shared by Ishan Gulati, Toronto. Om Sai Ram, at the divine lotus feet of my beloved Swami. As I was growing up, my grandmother told me the story of Swami blessing me with a red tika on my forehead on the day of my birth, which was May 30th, 2000. Even though it has washed, it is still sometimes visible. This represents that Swami is very close to me all the time. When I was 3 years old, I went to live with my grandparents in Lucknow. As Swami kept visiting my grandmother, I kept becoming curious about some of his miracles. I used to ask my grandmother about Swami each day and telling her to tell him to appear in my visions. After some time, he came in my visions several times, which made me come even closer to the Lord. Day by day, his miracles fascinated me, and that brought me more close to Swami. I remember an incident which occurred in 2003 when I was about 4 years old. My brother wrote a letter to Swami at Sai Nilayam, and Swami blessed the letter, and the next day he came to Sai Nilayam 5 days in a row. There was a big rush of people there to earn the blessings of our wonderful Lord. This fascinated me enormously because at such a young age I experienced all this, which got me truly close to Swami. After living a memorable experience with my grandparents, I left Lucknow to go back to Toronto. This didn't influence my belief in Swami. Even though I was very far from India, I still prayed and trusted Swami. Even after praying in Canada, my wishes still come true. God is everywhere. He is always near us, helping us through every bump in the road. Om Sai Ram. Koti Koti Pranam Swami for always being with us. Ishna Gulati, Toronto. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 7. On 22nd December 2004, Ma's father passed away peacefully in his sleep. It was early morning on the extremely auspicious Vaikunta Ekadasi day. Ma was sitting in the mandir after completing Namasmaranam and was reading the book Tapovanam. She was going through the portion in which it is mentioned that on this holy day Lord Narayana grants darshan to his devotees at the gates of Vaikuntha, his divine abode. Ma was deeply engrossed in the book, trying to imagine in her mind what Vaikuntha would be like. Just then the phone rang. Feeling apprehensive as one does if the phone rings at an odd hour like that, she rushed out to take the call. It was her elder brother from New Delhi. He said, "Neelu, very sad news. Daddy has passed away in his sleep." In North India, there is heavy fog in the mornings at this time of the year. Many flights as well as trains are either delayed or cancelled. She managed to catch the afternoon flight but could not reach in time for the cremation. At that time, Hema's children, Ishan and Ishna, were living with them in Lucknow. Ishna was only 4 years old. Ma came to know that she was crying for her grandmother, so she returned to Lucknow the next morning. She decided that she would go back to New Delhi to attend the ceremony that was to be held on the 13th day. The next morning, after Namasmaranam, Ma sat in the mandir, remembering her father. She felt a deep regret that she had not been able to get a last glimpse of him. At that moment, the mandir lit up with a divine glow, as it does when Swami comes. She lifted her eyes. Swami was sitting on his sofa, looking at her with deep compassion. He called her to him and said, "Come, my child, have darshan of your father." And lo and behold, in her mandir, sitting next to each other on 2 pedestals covered with a bright red cloth, she saw Shirdi Baba and her father. They were both dressed in the purest of white clothes. She stayed in shock and awe. Then Shirdi Baba said, "Don't worry, he is with me." In the same manner in which they had appeared, Baba and her father disappeared from her sight. Soon after that, Swami left. Early next morning, on the 25th of December, Swami came to the mandir to give darshan to Ma. He looked at her with concern. Then he said, "Come, take the tickets." Saying this, he gave her 2 train tickets. Ma looked at the tickets in her hand. She saw that they were the tickets she would need to travel to New Delhi and back for the religious ceremony to be held on the 13th day. It is very difficult to get confirmed tickets for train travel at such a short notice. Ma's eyes were moist with tears. Slowly she looked up at her lord. He was smiling. The next day, Hema, who was living in Toronto at that time, reached Lucknow. After offering her salutations to Swami in the mandir and meeting the family, she asked to see the tickets that Swami had given to Ma. Hema examined the tickets carefully. Both tickets had been booked on the 20th of November. Ma's father had passed away on the 22nd of December. So, actually, the tickets had been booked more than a month before he had passed away. The date of travel from Lucknow to New Delhi was the 1st of January 2005. The 13th day ceremony was to be held in New Delhi on the 2nd of January. Swami had booked her back for the 9th of January. Hema was intrigued. She went online and checked with the PNR number on the site of the Indian Railways. It was a confirmed ticket. On the 1st of January, Ma packed a small bag with a few things and left for the station. Everyone, including the children, went to see her off. It was extremely cold on the first day of the year. While uncle and the children did not venture out of the car, Hema went to settle her mother in the train. She went to the reservation chart to check if Ma's name was there. Yes, it was. Sai Ma, it said. But they had not realized that she was booked in the general sleeper class, where passengers are not provided with bedding for the night. She was not carrying a blanket and it was very, very cold. Hema had tears in her eyes, but Ma was unruffled. The Lord who had arranged everything, will He not provide for her? She said. Ma was lying on her berth with just a shawl to cover her. Having had a long and tiring day, she soon slept off. It was around 3 o'clock at night when she woke up, feeling uneasy as though she was being watched. Slowly, she sat up. An old man, wrapped from head to toe in a thick blanket, was sitting on the edge of her berth. Her heart skipped a beat. Everyone else was fast asleep. She gathered courage and asked, "Kaun hai? Who is it?" In muffled tones, the old man said, "TTE, Train Ticket Examiner." Ma said in Hindi, "Please go away. You are not supposed to sit here." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the old man vanished. Ma froze. "Baba!" Later, Swami told her that Shirdi Baba was traveling with her to ensure her safety. The train reached Delhi at 7 o'clock in the morning. Her brother had come to receive her at the station. In her family, consisting of her parents, 2 brothers and 4 sisters, no one else had faith in Swami as God. As soon as Ma reached there, amazing miracles and manifestations began to take place in her parents' house. They had not witnessed anything like this before. There was vibhuti and kunkuma on the idols in their mandir. Once, when Ma got up from a chair, they saw honey where she had been sitting. She walked to the kitchen and left a trail of vibhuti behind her. Ma's father had been very fond of fresh homemade lemonade. He had planted a lemon tree in the garden outside their house. As is well known, the lemon tree takes many years before it begins to bear fruit, and it had not borne any in his lifetime. The day Ma reached there, 3 large lemons appeared on the tree for the first time. Her younger brother picked a lemon, made the drink and kept it in a glass near their father's picture. After some time, there was no lemonade in the glass. On the 9th of January, when it was time for her to go back to Lucknow, everyone in her family accompanied her to the station. Her younger brother bought a box of sweets for her grandchildren from a sweet shop nearby. As he was handing it over to her, everyone gasped. The box was dripping honey. They looked at Ma. Honey was flowing from her head, down her neck, and back. She was surrounded by her family, so the other passengers in the compartment could not make out what was happening. They must have surely wondered at the animated whispers and the muted gasps. Her brothers and sisters were very moved and got off reluctantly as the train began to move out of the station. Soon after that, the living room in her parents' home was cleared of the furniture and converted into a shrine with many beautiful images of Swami and Shirdi Baba. Om Sai Ram. Ma's father passed away on 22nd December 2004. It happened all of a sudden. Then one day Ma was in the mandir and Swami came to her and gave her train tickets to New Delhi for a ritual to be held on 2nd January. It was a holiday season. She couldn't have got her tickets at the last minute. I reached Lucknow from Toronto and looked at the tickets and I was intrigued. The booking date on the ticket read as 20th November 2004, whereas my grandfather passed away after a month. Of course, Swami knew what was to happen. I went on the railway site to confirm the PNR, the railway reservation number, which I found to be correct. With a lot of courage, I went to drop off Ma at the railway station. I started looking for her name on the list, and to my utter surprise, she was booked under the name Sai Ma with seat number 9, Swami's number. I was out of words, not because he was there for her, but because not a single moment was there when he was not there for her. We must never feel we are alone. There are always footsteps that we can hear along with us. Those are Swami's footsteps. Just in case we are able to hear only one, we needn't worry. Those are Swami's as he is holding us in his arms in times of need. Shared by Hema Gulati, Toronto. Om Sai Ram. First of all, my Koti Pranam at the lotus feet of my Almighty God, Swami, our Sai, who has blessed our family and transformed us through my sister Neelam to take the path of sincerity and love towards him. My first experience of Swami was in Lucknow when I had gone with my brother-in-law for one of his relatives' funeral. Later in the evening, I visited my sister Neelam for dinner. That is the moment when she showed me some sort of ash, vibhuti, coming out of almost all the pictures of gods and goddesses in her house. I was very much amazed to see all this, but I had heard quite a few stories of such vibhuti coming out at different places. It was very hard to believe, but it was my first experience of seeing it with my own eyes. When I came back to Delhi, I narrated the story to my parents and family members. Everyone was surprised, and as time passed, we all forgot about it. Many years passed, but my sister's life was changed. Now she was known as Sai Ma, a name given to her by her beloved Swami. Years passed, and on the death of my father on 22nd December 2004, around 4:30 a.m., I got a call from my brother that our father had expired. That day was Vaikunt Ekadasi, considered as a very auspicious day. It is said that anyone who passes away on this day gets moksha. I immediately rushed there. We were all trying to console our mother as she was very much depressed. My sister from Lucknow reached by flight the same evening, but was not able to stay longer. She had to leave the very next day since she had left her grandchildren all alone. Later, when my sister reached Delhi, on the tickets which Swami had arranged, things changed. Though we were mourning, but at the same time we were feeling Swami's presence. There was a beautiful fragrance all over the house. Vibhuti and honey were coming from different places. We were all extremely astonished to see what was happening, and we were chanting the name Om Sai Ram. It was such a delightful feeling that one cannot describe, as if we all had lost all our senses. Now, on the day she had to return to Lucknow, I had gone to drop her at New Delhi station. But on our way, we stopped to buy some laddus, a sweet preparation as prasad to be taken by her back home. On reaching the station, to our surprise, we found that the box of laddus were overflowing with honey. We were all very much astonished as to how all this happened. It was winter and my sister was wearing a coat, and as she put her hand in her pocket, to our surprise, when she took her hand out, it was flowing with honey. The honey was pouring from her head. On seeing this, tears were pouring from my eyes. I had no words to say, but was chanting Om Sai Ram. This is the story as to how Baba actually entered our house and blessed us. During that time, I was financially very much disturbed. Sai Ma came to my place and said that she wanted to sing a bhajan in my temple, which was situated in one corner of the living room. As the bhajan ended, we felt that something dropped in the room twice. We realized as she picked up, one was a small silver Lord Ganesha pendant and the other was a small munga, a coral stone. She told me that the pendant can be put in a chain and worn by my wife, and the munga stone can be embedded in a ring and be worn by myself, and thereafter she left for my brother's house. From there she called me and said that she has noticed the marble slab in my temple had a crack, and I should get it replaced, and suggested that the temple be shifted to a northeast direction. We decided to convert the study room of the children to the temple since they were all grown up. Surprisingly, the room was in the perfect northeast direction. However, the room now needed complete renovation. Everything was ready. We slept after midnight and were looking forward for the coming morning to perform the puja, which was scheduled to start at 5 a.m. It was around 4 a.m. when my elder daughter woke up and entered the temple and screamed with excitement. What we saw was amazing. The whole temple was sprinkled with vibhuti. What was more amazing, a small idol of Lord Vishnu had appeared along with a small shivling resting on top of the lotus feet, covered with vibhuti and a small coconut. While Sai Ma performed the puja, a holy necklace dropped on her lap. It was a joyful experience for all of us. Baba has really blessed us and our family. My financial position improved a lot. My daughter was happily married and there was peace in our house. Our sister Saima has transformed us. I am sure our family must have been attached to God in some or the other way in our previous birth. I once again bow to my Swami for all his blessings he has showered upon our family. Shared by Virendra Chopra, New Delhi. I first heard of Swami through my sister Neelam, Sai Ma to all of us, residing at Lucknow. She told us many miraculous things about Swami and had many fascinating stories to tell. In February 2005, I visited Sai Nilayam, my younger sister's residence at Lucknow. Before leaving Delhi, I decided that I would complete reading Sai's Satcharita in one day. During my train journey, I read almost half the book and continued reading on reaching Sai Nilayam. I went to the mandir to pay my respects. As I stood in front of Swami's photograph, to my utter amazement, I noticed Swami's hand moving in blessing and greeting. It was an unforgettable moment in my life. I continued reading the book at Sai Nilayam. I recall very vividly that I took a break from my reading for a while and then went back to continue when to my utter amazement, a japamala was placed on my book. Initially, I was shaken, but then Sai Ma told me that this mala is a blessing from Swami for me. I did complete my book by late night. I was further blessed with a silver coin, a gemstone, and lots of vibhuti which had appeared in my book. I experienced quite a number of incidents where I felt the omnipresence of Bhagavan Baba. I distinctly remember that the bhajans would play without any cassette in the recorder. The day I was leaving Sai Nilayam and about to seek Swami's permission and blessings, my favorite bhajan, Hari Narayana, started playing continuously. All this had a very strong impact on my mind. I was convinced that the grace of God and kindness had touched my heart and converted me into a different spiritual person. Only the language of the heart can express my gratitude to my Lord for entering my life. In early August 2008, I got a call from my niece, Hema Gulati, living in Canada, to say that Swami had appeared in her dream and has directed her to inform me to get my medical checkups done immediately. To me, it was a command from my Lord, and accordingly, next morning I went to the hospital for my medical checkup. We were shocked to learn during checkups that I had 90% blockage at my carotid, which doctors felt was in a critical state and needed immediate surgery. While I was in hospital on Mahashivratri, Lord Shiva gave darshan to Sai Ma at Sai Nilayam and blessed with holy water. This water reached me in hospital just few hours before I was to be operated. In the operation theatre, as I was being prepared for the operation, a nurse came with Swami's photograph which she placed under my pillow. I was now very sure of the divine presence in the theatre and was devoid of any fear. The whole process went off smoothly by the grace of Swami. My life has changed completely. The happiness that has come with Swami in my life is very intense. I wonder what my life would have been if I had not come into Bhagwan's fold. The true miracle that happened to me is my total inner transformation. I pray that Swami continues to shower His grace on millions of His devotees for all times to come. I seek Swami's blessings to continue my life under His shade until my last breath. Shared by Ashok Chopra, New Delhi. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram, Chapter 8. The following episode has a unique place in the series of miracles that have marked the amazing life of Ma. On 18th November 2008, Hema called her mother from Toronto. She was very troubled about a dream that she had the previous night. She had witnessed a scene in a remote sort of a village, which she somehow knew in her dream to be in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Hema told her mother that she had seen a certain devotee of Swami who was close to their family having an argument with some village rowdies. She described to Ma the appearance of these men. During the course of the argument, one of them took out a revolver and shot this devotee in the head. He fell on the ground. Hema shouted in her dream, "Swami, save him!" She heard Swami say, "Yes, I will save him." Hema was very uneasy because on earlier occasions she had premonitions which had turned out to be true. Ma was aware of this. She was extremely disturbed. The next morning when Swami came to give darshan, Ma asked Swami, "Hema had a dream about this devotee's life being in danger. Is it true?" Swami replied, "Yes, it is true." She cried out immediately, "Swami, you must save him." Swami asked Ma, "Will you save him?" He also said, "It will be very tough. Will you bear the pain?" Ma said, "Yes, Swami, I will. He has a family, his wife and children. His children are not settled yet." Again Swami said, "My child, it will be very difficult, almost unbearable." Ma said, "I will do it, Swami." He told her that she would not be permitted sugar for this period. Swami had not given her permission to tell anyone about this, so she kept it to herself. On the 21st of November, Ma went to school as usual. In the afternoon, she was sitting alone in her classroom, going through the notebooks. Feeling uncomfortable, she wanted to stretch her legs. As she tried to do this, she felt a severe pain in her foot and was not able to move her leg. Ma also felt a tremendous heat rising in her body. She cried out for help. A schoolmaid who was passing by heard her and came in to check what was wrong. As soon as she saw Ma, she ran out to call the other teachers. When all attempts to help her failed, they lifted her into a car and drove her home. After they left, Uncle tried to help Ma, but the pain increased and she developed very high fever. He called the wife of this same devotee whom Hema had dreamt about. She rushed with some medicines, but they were of no help whatsoever. Ma's condition did not improve. This devotee and his wife came to see her again in the evening. They were all very puzzled about the strange pain. After 3 days, Swami said to Ma, "The pain has started." The pain increased with every passing day. It would begin after sunset in the evening and ease off on its own in 2 to 3 hours. Though she had to miss school for as long as the fever lasted, Ma did not, even for a day, miss her morning namasmaranam or change its designated time. This devotee placed a dibbi in the mandir and prayed to Swami to bless with vibhuti for Ma. Swami blessed almost immediately. Though it did not help to ease the pain, Swami did not let the vibhuti in the dibbi get over. Every day he would refill it. This devotee was completely unaware of any danger to his life. When Ma's condition did not improve, Uncle got very upset. He wanted her to consult a doctor. The next morning, Ma asked Swami, "Swami, should I go to the doctor?" Swami said, "No, doctor." After a few days, the fever was gone. Now she would get a huge swelling in her feet and legs every evening. The pain would be very severe. After a couple of hours, the swelling would subside and the pain would go away on its own. She continued her namasmaranam and performed the household chores before she went to school in the morning. The pain grew in intensity and spread to her abdomen, back and chest. Every day, this devotee would ask Ma if Swami had told her anything about this pain. One day, Swami gave permission, and Ma revealed the mystery of the pain to her husband and to this devotee's family. They were shocked. Swami had told Ma about the evil intentions of a senior manager in his company who had put an elaborate plan in place to eliminate this devotee so that he could take control of the business. Swami said to Ma that this devotee had never harmed anyone, including this man, and yet he wanted to take his life. They were overwhelmed by Swami's love and concern, and equally with Ma's compassion and sacrifice. One morning, Swami asked Ma, "My child, you are suffering a lot. Can you bear the pain?" Ma said, "Yes, Swami, I will." Swami would tell her where the pain would be that evening and say, "You have to bear it, my child." She would say, "Yes, Swami." Slowly, Swami began to reveal to Ma the identity of other employees in the company who were working against his interest and whose employment Swami wanted him to terminate. This devotee followed Swami's instructions implicitly. One morning, Swami directed Ma that he should immediately shut down a particular office of his company, and till the time that this was done, he should not visit that town. Swami said that there would be grave danger to his life if he went there. Though this devotee had removed all the other employees from his company, whom Swami had guided him to, he was still collecting sufficient evidence to remove the senior manager in an appropriate manner. The suffering became very intense. Ma would scream and cry in pain. She would run in the house in misery and desperation, tears running down her face. Those who were with her at that time, her husband, this devotee and his family, cried and prayed to Swami for relief. This continued for many days. Now, the pain would set in at about 8:30 in the evening and subside by about 10 o'clock. She began Namasmaranam at her designated time in the morning, but in her room. Uncle slept in the other room, knowing that Swami would come in the early hours of the morning to give darshan to Ma. Swami would instruct her on what was required to be done and comfort her with the loving concern of a mother. "I know you are suffering a lot. I suffer with you, my sweet child," he said. He would give her vibhuti and she would get ready as usual to go to school. She did not miss school as she felt that the studies of her class would suffer. She stood all days teaching her students. It was the school's annual function on that day. Ma had prepared her students for a dance performance. As the function began, the pain started. She rushed to the washroom, shut the door behind her, and cried out in agony. After some time, a teacher came looking for her and knocking at the door. She said, "Madam, are you okay? Please come out. Your program has to begin in 10 minutes. After 5 minutes, the pain became bearable. Ma composed herself, checked in the mirror, and rushed out. The show was a big success and everyone appreciated her efforts. Ishan was living with his grandparents at that time. He was only 13 years old, and the elders felt that it was not right for a child of his age to witness what was happening. He was asked to shut himself up in his room when Ma's pain began. He obeyed without questioning the elders. When the pain subsided and this devotee's family left, he would slowly walk out of his room, go to Ma, and say, "Don't worry, Nani, you will be fine. Swami is there." Though it made him very upset to see his grandmother in that condition, he never questioned anyone. He had immense faith in Swami. On Thursday, bhajans continued as usual in the mandir. Ma would be in her bedroom. Many devotees would ask for her, as they were used to meeting her after bhajans. Uncle was always prepared with an excuse. Some regular visitors to Sai Nilayam may have found it odd, but they kept quiet. One morning, Swami blessed her with an Om locket and said, "My child, wear this. Nothing will harm you." The pain worsened. The family would recite the Gayatri Mantra, the Hanuman Chalisa, and the Mahamrityunjaya Japa in loud tones, praying for mercy and relief. The fury of the pain was unimaginable. Ma would cry and hit her head on the wall, but she never complained. Not once did it cross her mind to tell Swami that she would not be able to bear this agony. For the others, the days passed in prayer and a kind of dreaded anticipation of the evening. Swami visited her daily. Ma recalls Swami's love and concern during those days. She says that with immense faith, she had surrendered to him. She thought of nothing except Swami's love and that she had to do the task that he had given her. She says that though she went through intense pain, she did not feel fear of the pain. Though she knew that the pain would visit her every evening, she also knew that since Swami had given it to her, he would take care. She had surrendered to his will completely. One day, a thought came to Ma. She wondered if this devotee had any doubts regarding what she was telling him about his business. After all, he had no apparent reason to believe that this employee had such plans. When Swami came one morning, she said, "Swami, please don't let anyone doubt my word." Swami said, "My child, he is your son. You have to save him. There is no question of any doubt. He will never doubt you." Then Swami said, "I will give you back your son." Ma said, "Swami, I am prepared to give my life, but nothing should happen to him." On the 9th of January 2009, Swami told Ma that only 1 month of the pain was left and that now its intensity would increase. He said that the pain would now shift to her head, back, and abdomen. He also told her that it would be the severest in the abdomen. Swami said, "It will be very difficult. It will be unbearable." Ma said, "Swami, when you are with me, nothing is impossible." As Swami had said, the last month was agony of the worst kind for Ma. As Swami had said, the last month was agony of the worst kind for Ma. On the 7th of February, as this devotee and his family entered Ma's house at 8 in the evening, she called out to them urgently and cried, "Leave immediately, go home." Her face flushed with pain and her voice shrill with a sense of extreme urgency. She said that some men hired by this manager to eliminate him were moving around the building. She said that they knew where he was. She told this devotee to leave his car behind and take her car. She also told them that when they leave the building, they should not turn right as they always did, but take the road to the left. Also, she said that they should park their own car inside the building. They rushed down, parked their car in the parking lot of the building, and left in Ma's car. They took a roundabout route back to their house. Ma had the same excruciating pain after they left. This time, the agony lasted all night. On the morning of the 8th, Ma was doing Namasmaranam when Swami came and said, "Wait." He gave a vibhuti and asked her to take Padanamaskar. Ma got off the bed and touched his feet. Swami said, "Today is a very important day. Be very, very careful." "Swami, you are with us. Nothing will happen, isn't it?" Ma asked. That evening, as soon as this devotee and his family came in, the pain started. Ma told them, "There is a black car parked near the temple behind our building. The armed men are in this car. They're waiting for you to leave from here in your car. Go now. Turn left as you drive out from here. Don't take the road to the right as you always do." As her pain increased, Swami was prompting her from inside and she was giving instructions. She told them, "Leave now." Ma prayed, "Swami, please go with them." She says that she saw Swami go behind them as they left her house. Ma told them to continue talking to uncle on the phone so that she knew of their whereabouts. She was not able to talk on the phone as she was in excruciating pain and was breathing with great difficulty. That day, it had so happened that the devotee and his family had come in 2 separate cars to Ma's house. The devotee had come in his car from the office and his family in the other car from their home. Both cars had been parked in the parking lot for safety. Now, thinking that the gunmen would be looking out for the devotee's office car, they drove out of the building in the other car. Since Ma had cautioned them, they did not take the turn that they usually did when they left her house. As they left Ma's house, they turned left and took a completely different route. Soon, they were on the main road. Swami also conveyed to them that a second car was waiting for them at the crossing just before their own house. Ma said that they should not worry as Swami was accompanying them. As they drove on for another 10 minutes and approached the crossing just before their house, they saw that a big white car was parked on the side of the road. As they crossed it, they looked in the direction of the car from the corner of their eyes. A dark-complexioned man, heavily built and wearing a white shirt, was sitting on the seat at the back. He had long hair and a heavy mustache. The driver was standing outside the car, leaning against the door. He was looking out towards the direction from which they had come. Even as they drove past his car, the driver and the occupant of that car did not look in their direction. Driving ahead for another minute, they reached home. Uncle informed Ma. She conveyed to them that they were now safe. They went to their mandir and bowed down in deep gratitude to Swami. Ma says that she had the worst pain that night and that it lasted all night. This time the pain was in her lower abdomen. She was alone. Uncle was in his room unaware. Ma said that she wanted it to be like this. She wanted to be alone with Swami in the darkest hour of her suffering. It was the 9th of February 2009. Swami came in the morning to give darshan. He placed his hand on her head with immense love. She says that she forgot her pain and felt blissful in his love. Swami told her that it was the last day of her pain. He also said that she would not be permitted to have anything that day, not even water. Ma did not go to school. At 9 o'clock in the morning, she was lying in bed and uncle had gone to bathe when Ma's pain began. When he came out of the washroom, he looked at her and immediately called this devotee's family. The pain was in the lower abdomen and it was coming at regular intervals, slowly increasing in frequency. Swami was giving her clear instructions from within. He told her, "Today is your last pain. Tell everyone." All were relieved and happy beyond expression. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ma told uncle to tell the guard at the main gate of the building that no one should be allowed to come up to their house. She said that she would go to the mandir at 4 o'clock in the evening. At 4 o'clock, Ma was helped to the washroom. She was getting the pain at regular intervals. When she came out of the washroom, she was made to sit on the computer table chair, which was in casters, and taken to the mandir. A sofa had been placed there for her. As she sat on it, she said, "This is my last pain." Everyone cried aloud, "Swami!" tears welling up in their eyes. At that moment, miraculously the pain subsided and she appeared normal. Ma exclaimed, "Swami, I have saved your child." Ma turned to this devotee's wife, held her hand and said, "I am giving him to you." The next morning, Ma asked, "Swami, what is my relationship with this devotee that I was able to take so much pain to save his life?" Swami said, "My child, I have given you your son." The last day's pain was labor pain. Since that day, when Swami speaks of this devotee to Ma, he refers to him as her son. His ways are incomprehensible, truly. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 9. On 9th February 2010, Swami told Ma that starting from the first of the following month, he would be taking a certain amount from her salary every month. Ma sat with her hands folded, eyes resting on his divine lotus feet. Happily she agreed. On the 1st of March, when Swami came to give darshan, she humbly offered the envelope with her salary to him. Swami took the envelope and after taking 500 from it, returned the rest to Ma. The next month, Swami took 1,000 rupees, 1,500 in the following month. On 2 occasions, he took 5,000 rupees and so on. One morning, on the 31st of that month, Swami asked her for 3,000 rupees. She had not received her salary for that month. She said, "Swami, please wait." Saying this, she ran to her room. Even as she hurriedly opened her cupboard, she knew that she might not have the amount that Swami had asked for. She saw that she had only 900 rupees with her. With this amount in her hand, she ran to the mandir where Swami was waiting. As she stood before Swami, on an impulse, she took off the gold bangle that she was wearing at that time and offered it to her Lord along with the cash. He looked at her for a moment, a loving smile on his face, and then he accepted her offering. On the 1st of February 2011, Swami took the amount for that month from the envelope which Ma offered to him. He then returned the gold bangle to her and said, "My child, I have no use of either gold or money. I have taken the money from you for Godan. He told her that the amount for the Godan was now complete and said that he had taken 51,000 rupees in all. He also said that the Godan would be performed on the 17th of February, which also happened to be her birthday. After Swami left, Ma felt a bit confused. She thought, Swami has said that he has taken 51,000 rupees. It must be so. But how has he calculated that amount? I don't know. She knew that what he had taken from her salary every month was much less. She did Koti Koti Pranam to her Lord and thought to herself, what Leela of Bhagavan. On the 16th of February, Swami said, tomorrow will be the Godan. Ma felt very happy and wondered how Swami would go about it. On the morning of the 17th, Swami came to the mandir. He held her hand and took her with him to a place which she says appeared to be in a village. There was a solitary hut to be seen at some distance. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast stretch of land. She stood there with him. A pandit was already there waiting for them. She recalls that he looked divine. Ma saw that they were standing on soil which was damp, but it was very clean. There were 5 large-sized silver plates placed on the ground. The first plate had the straw to feed the cow, and the second had some clothes. The third plate had fruit, the fourth had more clothes, and the last one had some jewelry. The pandit sat down. When he began to chant the mantras, Ma says that she was mesmerized. She had never heard such a beautiful voice chanting this perfectly. Then Swami asked the pandit to bring the cow. As she walked towards them, Ma gaped in wonder at the cow. She had been especially dressed for the occasion, and Ma said looked like a beautiful bride. Swami picked up the plate with a straw on it, gave it to Ma and asked her to feed the cow, which she did. He lovingly patted the cow on her back and asked Ma to do the same. After that, Ma kissed the cow and whispered Sai Ram into her ears. Swami asked the pandit to call the couple to whom the cow had to be gifted. Ma looked in the direction of the hut. A young couple with a small child was walking towards them. As they approached, Ma saw that they were the most exquisitely beautiful couple she had ever set her eyes on. She felt instinctively that this was no ordinary couple. They seemed truly divine, as did their child, who could not have been more than 6 or 7 years of age. She says that their radiant faces are permanently etched in her memory. Swami told her to hand over the cow to the Brahmin and his wife. After receiving the gift of the cow, the couple bent to touch Ma's feet. Their sweet child held Ma's hand so innocently and then touched her feet. After that, as Ma bent to touch Swami's feet, he held her hand and said, "No, not now." He asked Ma to touch the feet of the young couple. She respectfully touched their feet. All was saturated with pure love. There was nothing but Ananda. Swami handed over the plates with the fruit, clothes and jewelry to Ma. These she offered to the young couple. Ma looked at them. They were crying. Ma asked them to take the cow and go. He told them that they should not turn back to look, but walk straight to their huts. Swami lastly gave Ma the plate with clothes for the pandit, which he respectfully offered to him. The Gaudan was complete. Swami held her hand and took her back to the mandir. She took Padanamaskar and Swami left. Ma spent the day reliving the beautiful experience of Gaudan. She wondered why Swami had made her perform this ritual and what its significance was. The next morning, when Swami came, Ma looked at him, her eyes soft with love for her Lord, and asked, "Swami, why did you make me perform Gaudan? Please tell me its importance." Swami looked at her with deep concern. My child, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid when I show you the river Vaitarani. I will also tell you about the merits of Gaudan and about the consequences of karma. Then the Lord spoke. At the time of death, leaving the body behind, the soul begins its onward journey. The soul may be permitted entry at the northern gate, and if not, it will have to go through the southern gate. If the soul is carrying with it the burden of bad karma, it will have to go through the southern gate. Only the pure souls will be allowed to enter from the northern gate. Swami said, according to their karma, souls can be put in one of these categories. In the first and best category are the souls of those who had done good karma, who were guarded and guided in their lifetime by a true guru, who had done namasmaranam and performed Gaudan. These are the 4 qualifications of the souls belonging to the first category. In the second category are the souls of those who had done both good and bad karma in their lifetime, but what is important is that they had realized that they had sinned and had surrendered to God in sincere repentance. They had prayed to God to protect them so that they may not make more mistakes. Their true guru will now come and guard them. These souls are protected by the namasmaranam that they had done in their lifetime. In the third and the last category are the souls of those who have sinned beyond redemption. They have no repentance. Now, let us see the fate that awaits the soul when it leaves the body at the time of death. Swami told Ma, after entering from either the northern or the southern gate, there is seen a river by the name Vaitarani. This river is 7 kilometers long. The blessed souls in the first category will enter from the northern gate and will see the Vaitarani as a beautiful crystal clear river. At this point, Swami took Ma's hand and led her towards the Vaitarani. Ma says that the river was a pure crystal clear blue. She felt calm just looking at it. Swami said, the pure souls belonging to the first category will see the Vaitarani like this. They have performed Gaudan in their lifetime and have the other 3 qualifications. These souls will be carried across the river in no time. They will not need to swim in it, nor will they need a boat to cross it. Their true guru or God will lovingly hold them and take them to the other side. They will comfortably reach the gates of Vaikuntha, where they will be welcomed by none other than Lord Narayana himself. Vaikuntha is the most unimaginably beautiful place where the soul dwells in a state of uninterrupted bliss. Swami took her to Vaikuntha, where Ma had darshan of Lord Narayana. Then Swami explained to Ma the passage of the souls in the second category. He said, in this category are those souls that have mixed karma, both good and bad. Because they did namasmaranam in their lifetime, they are able to continue the remembrance of the Lord even after death. These souls will enter from the southern gate and will see the river Vaitarani as made of boiling hot blood, filth, poisonous snakes, crocodiles and many types of animals. How they see the river Vaitarani will depend entirely on the nature of their individual karma. But in their lifetime, they have sincerely prayed to God to protect them from doing further bad karma. They have prayed to their true Guru to always guard them and guide them. They have done this feeling genuine repentance. The true Guru will now come. God will come to their aid. The merit of Namasmaranam and the grace of their true Guru will provide them with a boat to cross this river. The Lord continued, this does not mean that it is certain that the soul will be able to cross the river safely on this boat. There is no assurance, no guarantee. There will be many difficulties and many dangers. It will depend on the individual soul karma as also on how much sincere namasmaranam it has done in its lifetime. When the boat threatens to overturn, when the crocodiles reach out to attack, or when the snakes dart in all directions, can the soul keep its attention on Namasmaranam? If it falters and the boat overturns, it will find itself in the deadly river. Then it will have to swim to try and cross it. Due to the merit of some good karma, it may manage to climb up to the boat again. It has to cover a journey of 7 kilometers in this manner. The soul will be able to remember the Lord despite the dreadful fear and the lurking dangers if and only if it has practiced Namasmaranam in its lifetime. This is the journey that the soul has prepared itself for by chanting the name of the Lord when it was in its physical body. There is no other way out of this predicament. If it is able to reach the other side of the river Vaitarani, it too will be permitted entry into Vaikuntha. Swami had earlier said, "My child, don't be afraid." He had prepared her for this moment. He was now going to show her the condition of the souls in the last category. He said, "This is how the river Vaitarani will greet the unfortunate souls in the third and the last category as they enter through the southern gate." Ma saw the dreaded form of the river. She saw boiling blood, smoke, filth, snakes, crocodiles, and more. Swami said, "The soul in the third category has no option but to swim in this river. There is no boat, no help whatsoever. The soul is left alone with the fruit of its karma. When it enters the river, it feels the pain and the agony of hot oil or ghee being poured on a physical body. The physical body will not be there, but the soul will experience the sensation of burning by hot oil or ghee. The stench will be unbearable. It will smell the foul odor, though the physical nose will not be there. It will get all the sensations of terrifying pain and unimaginable torture. It will not have physical ears, but will continuously hear the sounds of souls shrieking in despair. And while the soul is going through this horrifying experience, the venomous snakes will be waiting to attack. The giant alligators with their mouths wide open will rush towards the soul. Such a soul will be stuck in this horror of horrors for a period depending on the nature of its bad karma. It could be for a very long duration because it will not have the means and wherewithal to swim across a river like this through the length of 7 kilometers. This Swami told Ma. He also said, some unfortunate souls will become ghosts and will be stuck in the physical domain of living beings for ages. They will suffer like this for a period depending on their karma. Seeing the fate of the soul stuck in the river Vaitarani with her own eyes, Ma was completely shaken. She felt moved at the sight of the inexpressible misery of the souls there. So as to make her return to her usual calmness, Swami placed his hand on her head. She felt greatly relieved. In this way, Swami explained to Ma the significance of the river Vaitarani. After that, for some days, Swami continued to explain to Ma the importance of karma and Namasmaranam. Swami said, I keep saying, do Namasmaranam, do good karma, but how many people listen to me? People say to me, Swami, please place your hand on my head. Please give me moksha. No, my child, it will not be. It does not work like this. When you have to write an examination, you make all kinds of preparations for it. How do you prepare for this examination? This is the final examination. When you die and your soul has to cross the river Vaitarani, be well prepared. Do good karma. Keep the company of good thoughts and do Namasmaranam. Help ever, hurt never. It is not easy to get moksha. You have to work hard. You have to earn it. You have to take pain and suffering. Sometimes some people may hurt you, may cause suffering to you. Tolerate it. Don't retaliate. Don't spoil your karma. Improve your karma. For this, do Namasmaranam, never-ending continuous Namasmaranam. Swami told of a man who made a temple in his house, thinking to himself that he would worship God every morning and evening. When he would leave for work in the morning, he would stop by the shrine and apologize to God, saying that as he was in a rush, he will offer his prayers in the evening. In the evening, he would postpone it to the next day. It went on like this for years. Then, one day, as it often happens, he landed himself in a big problem. Now he remembered God. He realized then what he had been doing. Once Swami told Ma, people have time for shopping and watching films, but no time for Namasmaranam. They don't have the time to sit down for 5 minutes with discipline. Then, when problems arise, they are compelled to change their ways. Then they get close to God and their life changes. When you read the holy books, try to improve yourself. You see, there are many scholars who may have read the Bhagavata Purana, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Ramayana many times. But does it help them in any way? They will continue to do bad karma. They don't improve. After reading the holy books, they are still doing bad deeds. You have to work very hard to attain moksha. Polish yourself like a diamond so that you are beautiful, not outside but inside. Vaikuntha is so divinely beautiful. Think of that. Keep your attention on the beauty and the blessings of Vaikuntha. Determine that you have to enter from the northern gate. God will guard you. He will guide you and show you the way. When you reach Vaikuntha, Lord Narayana will be there to welcome you. Merge with the divine. There can be no reward greater than this. Swami said, Karma starts when you are born. Even though some souls come in the human form, they are ignorant. They don't know the consequences of what they are doing. They do their karma without having any understanding of right and wrong or of the law of karma. They do wrong karma in the passion of the moment. These souls at this moment belong to the third category. If they stay on this category, they will have to swim to cross the dreaded river Vaitarani after they die. But if slowly they grow in spiritual maturity, which happens when they hear good things, read good books, or keep good company, they begin to take their first steps in the right direction. They begin to understand. They want to change. They begin to make an effort. When they step on this path, God is with them. He guides them. Now they find themselves closer to God. They feel His presence and guidance. They go to help the poor and the needy and tend to the sick. They feel compassion for others. God leads them to this path. They like to take part in spiritual activities. They realize that their earlier path was not the right path. They feel that now they must improve their karma. God is with them because they are trying. God says, My child, I will show you the way. They begin to remember God. They do Namasmaranam. They may fall, they try to rise again. Swami said, as in the sack race, children will run, then fall, then quickly pick themselves up and run again. With practice, they learn. These people will also learn with practice. As they start moving in this direction, they experience Ananda. When that happens, they begin to feel that what they did earlier was not right. They pray to God to forgive them for the wrong that they have done. They pray to Him to protect them from making mistakes. God shows the way. With every step, He shows the way, and slowly they improve. They work hard on themselves with sincerity. They have now, with sincere repentance, good intentions, and hard work, earned God's grace. They are now eligible to join the group of souls in the second category. They will now be provided with a boat to cross the river Vaitarani after they leave their present bodies. But there can be no assurance that they will be saved. It depends on their individual karma and the sincerity in the effort to mend their ways. Swami told Ma that sometimes children have to suffer because of the bad karma of their parents. Because of their relationship and circumstances, they have a share in the karma and they have to pay the price for it. Swami also said that the auspiciousness or otherwise of the day that the soul leaves the body is very significant. There are certain days that are auspicious for the soul to begin its onward journey, and he told Ma that though you have no control over it, it is telling on the passage and the fate of the soul. Swami said, there is another group of people in the third category who differ vastly in their nature and inclination from the other people mentioned in this category earlier. These people know everything. They have read good books, been in the company of good people, fed the poor, built temples. They may be doing namasmaranam, but their karma is bad. They see, but they don't see. They prefer not to see, as though there is a thick veil that prevents them from doing so. They can't see that God sees everything. Nothing, not even an evil thought escapes him. They are not afraid. They have no fear of sin. They believe that their namasmaranam and service activities will undo their bad karma. Then God takes their test. He says, now, come, cross this river, let me see. There is no escape from this test. In this category of souls, there is no regret and no repentance. They could be stuck in this dreaded river for very long. God alone decides. After they die, He may send them back to earth. In what form and with what destiny, only He knows. In the same third category, there are some souls whose karma is so bad that for them there is no possibility of redemption. They suffer a most dreadful fate. Depending on the nature and the intensity of their bad karma, some may become ghosts and stay in the physical world. Some ghosts may be stuck in the river Vaitarani for ages, or they may take birth in a horrendous form. Ma said, Swami told me that such souls come in such repulsive forms that you cannot imagine. Swami said to Ma, if there is burning oil in a frying pan, can you put your hand in it? Think how bad the karma of that soul is, which is being put in a frying pan like the river Vaitarani. There is boiling blood, many dangerous animals, snakes and crocodiles and other souls stuck there. These souls will be clawed at, bitten and stung by the animals and other evil souls trapped in the river. She saw that the blood in the river was dark and dirty. It was boiling and she saw smoke rising up from it. The disembodied souls were coming up again and again with the waves of blood, completely covered and enveloped by this blood and trying to escape. They were shrieking in pain and despair and were followed by snakes and other shrieking souls trying to tear and pluck at them. Swami showed this heart-rending sight to Ma. She says that she felt faint with horror seeing the unimaginable suffering of these souls. Ma said, Swami, please hold me. Seeing that his beloved devotee was completely shaken and trembling, Swami again showed her the same river as it would appear to the good souls in the first category. A beautiful blue, cool, calm and crystal clear, like the sacred Ganges at its source. Swami said, it is very important to know that the greatest of sinners can come from the third to the second category if they realize that they are doing wrong and they change their ways. If they have sincere repentance, work hard towards improving their karma and do namasmaranam, God will come to their aid. How does this realization come? Either as they grow old and approach death, they begin to feel afraid, wondering about the fruits of their karma. They go back in time and take stock of their lives. They know that they may not have much time. Death might come knocking at their door at any moment. They live in constant fear. In desperation, they turn to God. They make an effort to change their ways. Or, in the case of some other sinners, such a huge calamity may befall them that it compels them to search for God. They will pray, they will plead, they will beg for forgiveness. Their pain and sorrow will cleanse them and take them towards God, seeking solace. He works on them in this matter. If there is a possibility of this transformation, He will give them a reason to go inwards and seek God. They might undergo suffering so that they come closer to God. But Swami told Ma, there are some people who in spite of everything will still not change. They will stop at nothing to harm others. The good souls see everything but they don't retaliate. They don't have hatred in their hearts. They feel that God will take care. Ma wondered why Swami showed her this sight. She knew of people who had indulged in very bad karma. They were people who had committed murders, indulged in adultery, or practiced black magic and caused grievous harm to others. Yet, they seemed to be leading happy and prosperous lives. They had respect in society and all the comforts that life had to offer. She had often wondered why this was so. She realized that Swami wanted to clear the doubt that she had in her mind. Swami said, these people with the evil karmas beyond redemption could, in the worldly sense, be doing very well in life. They could be living in the most beautiful homes, dressing in the most expensive clothes, moving in the highest social circles. They might be flourishing in life. At some point, when a good soul is going through suffering, a doubt might arise in him. He may think that these people have done so much bad karma in their life, but they don't have any problems. They are successful and they flourish in life. They might wonder why the kind and noble souls suffer. Swami told Ma, one should not think like this. The good souls are happy if they have proximity to the Lord. They surrender to Him. They know that He has reasons beyond their comprehension. Above all, they know that He loves them. If everyone realizes that the biggest happiness lies in the proximity and surrender to God, then people will not do bad karma. But very few realize this. Swami said, Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 10. I will now relate the amazing experience of a certain businessman from the neighboring city of Kanpur. A lady who had kept a dippy for Swami's blessing came to the mandir to collect it. She told Ma that she had come to know of Sai Nilayam through her brother, whose life had been saved in a miraculous way through Swami's grace. She said that her brother was a builder in Kanpur who had some time back faced a serious crisis in his business. He had been receiving threatening calls and there was grave danger to his life. He had discussed this problem with a close friend who had advised him to go to Lucknow. Being desperate, he left the same day and reached Sai Nilayam late in the evening. His friend had advised him to carry a small dippy with him, which he placed in the mandir. He came every Thursday, reaching late in the evening after the bhajans were over. He would sit alone in the mandir for a few minutes and then drive back to Kanpur. One Thursday, Swami answered his prayers. His dippy was blessed. When he opened it, he saw that there was vibhuti in the dippy and in the vibhuti was a spent bullet. The rest can be left to the reader's imagination. He still wears the bullet in a chain around his neck. This is an episode about a young man suffering from multiple organ failure. A long-standing devotee of Swami, who originally belonged to Kerala, used to visit Ma's place. Her husband, who serves in the Indian Army, was posted in Lucknow at that time. He has since been on several other postings in the country. At the time of this Leela of Swami, they were in Suratgarh in the state of Rajasthan. On one of the social outings, This devotee met a young lady captain in the army who looked very distressed about some matter. They got talking and she came to know that the lady captain's brother, who had recently been commissioned in the army, was fighting for his life in Dehradun. It all began when this young boy, aged 19, after receiving his commission in the army, was celebrating with his friends. They were having drinks and dinner at a club in Dehradun. There was another boy in this group who was also trying to get into the army but had not been able to clear the examination. This boy, in a fit of jealousy, put some poisonous tablets in her brother's drink. As soon as he drank from his glass, he collapsed. They rushed him to the army hospital where the doctors declared him critical. They said that he had been administered a kind of poison which leads to multiple organ failure in the body. The boy was now being moved from Dehradun to the Army Command Hospital in Lucknow. This young captain was desperate to see her brother but was not able to get sanction for leave. The senior lady heard her out and helped her to get leave. She also advised her to go to Sai Nilayam for Swami's blessings while she was in Lucknow. At the command hospital in Lucknow, the boy was put on life support. The doctors conveyed to them that it was a case without hope. They could only pray for a miracle. The boy's mother and sister went to Sai Nilayam. It was the 8th of February 2011, a Thursday afternoon. No one was home and the mandir doors were shut. The lady captain had Ma's phone number and she called her. Ma told her that she would be home in an hour or so. They were waiting outside the door when she reached. The boy's mother was in a state of extreme anguish. She was crying like a child and it was impossible to console her. Her daughter told Ma about the unfortunate incident. Ma asked them to pray to Swami with complete faith and said that he will take care. She gave the mother a copy of the Sai Satcharitra and told her to do Parayanam. She also gave them Vibhuti, which had been given to her by Swami along with his picture. The mother and sister, keeping full faith, did Parayanam and applied the Vibhuti on the boy's forehead every day. They also placed Swami's picture under his pillow. The doctors were not convinced of the merit of what they were doing and expressed their doubts. But they both continued with their earnest prayers. Almost immediately the boy began to respond. It was nothing short of a miracle. He was able to stand on his feet and after a few days he began to walk. The doctors attending to him, who had earlier been amused, were now dumbfounded. Before leaving Lucknow to go back home, this young boy came to Sai Nilayam to thank Swami. Om Sai Ram. Someone has rightly said that to be associated with good people is the greatest wealth on this earth. I learnt about Sai Ma from Mrs. Balan, another wonderful lady, but had never the opportunity to meet her until this calamity fell on us when my brother suddenly fell ill. The doctors had initially told us that his lungs are badly affected and he has multiple organ failure and he is in deep coma. When we saw him, he was like a stone with no movement. We were all very helpless and felt that the world had come to an end for us. We went to Sai Nilayam. My whole family was in tears. I just kept looking at Baba and kept crying. I was amazed by the way Sai Ma was so sure to say, "He will be fine and you will bring him here." We went back with the Sai Satcharitra and Baba's Vibhuti and applied it to my brother. In 2 days, he opened his eyes and then he started recovering. There were a lot of ups and downs in his health, but Baba always healed him. I used to see Baba in my dreams standing in front of his bed as if he was treating him. It was amazing how his lungs improved drastically when he was given Vibhuti. And it was on Mahashivratri day when all the artificial supports were removed as Sai Ma had told. And one day he was fine and could walk. as Sai Ma had told he could come to her abode Sai Nilayam fit and fine. I am indebted to Baba and all the divine powers that came together to save my brother and the motherly Baba to have showered his mercy on us. I bow down 1,000 times to Baba, especially the book of Baba that helped my mother a lot to face this adversity. I feel blessed that I met Sai Ma and Dharan uncle. Meeting them brought lot of grace in my life and my faith in God has strengthened even more. Shared by Vidushi Pandey, Dehradun. My husband and I have been going to Sai Nilayam for 4 years now. We have experienced a lot of transformation in both of us. Whenever we were under stress, Ma always gives us a message from Swami and we try to follow it. But what touches us most is seeing how she is. We try to learn from her. Her faith in Swami is so much. I have never seen so much faith. I have not seen so much surrender to Swami in anyone. Ma told us that we must have concern for the poor and the needy. We now do Narayan Seva regularly. I feel her life is Swami's message. She serves all who come to her with so much love. She gives so much of herself. I get a lot of strength from her to go on in life. I have learned to surrender. 2 years back, my younger son suddenly developed a very rare and serious disease with very little chance of cure. He was practicing for a tabla recital for a Balvikas program in Prashanti Nilayam when he suddenly collapsed. Swami helped us in miraculous ways with his medical treatment. With Swami's grace and Ma's support, we could surrender to Swami. Today, my son is healthy like any other boy of his age. Thank you, Swami. Last year, a few weeks before Mahashivratri, some people put a doubt in my mind that ladies should not do Rudram. I felt very disturbed with this and requested Ma to ask Swami if I could do Rudram on Mahashivratri day. Ma asked Swami when he came to give her darshan. Swami said, "Tell Lata, she should do Rudram. All ladies should do Rudram." Now I chant with a lot of confidence and feel very happy that Swami told me to do it. On that Mahashivratri day, while I was chanting, suddenly there were Rudraksha falling on my head and shoulders. Everyone was getting so much ananda seeing that. After bhajan, we saw that there were 9 Rudrakshas in all. One Thursday, my husband Ishwaran was singing a bhajan in the mandir. He was in the first row sitting in front of the marble charan of Shirdi Baba. He saw honey coming from the charan like a fountain. Everyone in the front row saw and were blessed. Since I have met Sai Ma, with her inspiration, my life has changed and I feel that I have become a better devotee. Shared by Lata Ishwaran, Lucknow. Oh, my spiritual ladder, Sai Nilayam, Lucknow. On our posting from the eastern region of India to Lucknow, I didn't have the faintest idea that I will encounter my loving God through my spiritual mother Sai Ma, as we lovingly call her. She is for me as close to my soul as my mother who gave me this body. I was amazed with the vibrant aura felt in my Sai Ma's house. The Vibhuti, the Kumkuma and Amruta flow as blessings to the yearning disciples. Swami's unending leelas and the uncountable blessings abound in the house. I used to always exhort my Swami to come to my humble abode and show his divine presence to me too. So I vividly remember this episode. It was a Wednesday, the 5th of November 2005. My Sai Ma, Dharan uncle, Ishan and Ishna came to our house in Lucknow cantonment for an evening get-together. I requested my Sai Ma to do puja in my puja room, which was but a small place. Sai Ma said, "Why not?" and sat down. Sai Ma and I, along with 2 other devotees, sat down and recited Sai Gayatri. As she was chanting the Sai Gayatri, I saw a very rare phenomena happening in the photo of Swami's charan. An Om was forming with Vibhuti. I was filled with love for my Swami. The vibhuti kept falling till morning, and the vehicle which I had sent for my Saima was blessed with vibhuti and a rudraksha too. My heart was filled with a joy that I will never forget. Shared by Ragini Balan, New Delhi. When I came to know of Swami's blessings in Sai Nilayam, I was very curious. I went there to keep a small box with my name on it. But I was very surprised when I saw that it was filled with vibhuti and a spatik mala. Again, on Guru Purnima, I placed a small box and Baba blessed me with a silver coin, Charan Padukas. On Mahashivratri day, he blessed me with a white Shivlinga. On Mahashivratri day, I used to make 108 Shivlings from clay. In the evening during bhajans, Ma would do Rudrabhishekam with milk. Everyone would see that from the milk or from the bale patris, many Rudraksh would appear. Many more such miracles would happen and everyone would be filled with devotion. I did not realize but kept feeling more and more close to Swami. One more thing I would like to share with you. Whenever I go to Sai Nilayam, I get a special pan made for Swami and take it with me. I place it at his table next to his chair. Many times the pan has disappeared from Swami's table and I feel very happy that he has accepted my little gift. There are many more beautiful experiences that have made me feel his presence and fill me with bliss. I feel Sai consciousness in Ma's temple. I feel that because of her penance and surrender and the bhajans held there, it has become a holy place where devotees come to communicate with Swami. Shared by Nalini Pant, Bareilly. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 11. Ma. When Swami took me to Vaikuntha for darshan, I did not understand what was happening. Swami came to the mandir, got up from his sofa, held my hand and took me with him. Anu. When was this? Ma. This was about 3 to 4 years ago. It was Guru Purnima day in 2009. When Swami took me with him, I felt as though I was very, very gently floating across the sky, like the view when you look out of an aircraft. It was a similar sight. There were many soft clouds against a white background. There was so much purity there, as though there was nothing. It was completely still, silent, no sound. You can never experience such stillness on earth. Even when it is very quiet, it can never be so still. Such peace. There is no one there. I later wondered where the souls were that had become pure and had gone to heaven. Anu. How did you approach Vaikuntha? Was there an entrance of some kind? Ma. No, I did not see an entrance. We were moving through the soft white clouds and soon reached a kind of a place which was on a flat surface. There I saw Narayana Bhagavan smiling, reclining on the Sheshashaya. All the gods were sitting around him. Ma Lakshmi was sitting next to the lotus feet of Narayana Bhagavan on the Sheshashaya. She was looking so beautiful. Sri Krishna, Sri Rama, Lord Ganesha, Hanumanji. They are all one, only different forms. But Swami gave darshan in all his forms. Anu. Was Swami also there? Ma. I did not see Swami there. It was as though he had stepped back and was watching me have darshan. Shirdi Baba was there with all the other gods. All the gods were there. They were moving, but even then there was complete stillness. There was peace beyond compare, Prashanti. I felt that this is the place where I should come and stay. I felt that it would be bliss to live here. It was a very soft, gentle, soothing scene. There was movement, yet it was completely still. All was pure and beautiful. Every movement was graceful and sublime. There could be no place better than this, I thought. I was in heaven. After some time, Swami came. He said, as though addressing all the gods there, "This is Devi Ma." He told them, "Charan chuo Ma." Ma touched their lotus feet. One by one, I touched the lotus feet of all the gods. When I was doing this, I felt very nice. I was not crying. It was a beautiful feeling. Finally, when I had touched the lotus feet of all and was standing there, all the gods raised their hands to bless me. After some time, Swami took my hand and I came back to the mandir with him. Then Swami left. Anu, what did the gods look like? Ma, Narayana Bhagavan was in yellow colored robes. Ma Lakshmi was in red. All the gods were looking beautiful. As we have seen Lord Shiva in pictures, he was in tiger skin clothing. The serpent around his neck was moving. And Sri Rama, so beautiful, sitting there with his bow. And Hanumanji was also there. Ma Lakshmi was so beautiful. And Narayana Bhagavan was even more beautiful. Seeing his divinely beautiful form, I began to adore Narayana Bhagavan even more than before. All are in Swami, but his forms were so beautiful. Lord Shiva seemed to be very serious. Sri Rama had a divine smile on his face. Ma Sita was not there. Swami took me back to the mandir. As soon as he left, I sat down and thought to myself, this is something we see in films or in pictures. Today, I have seen the gods for real. I remembered that the gods were walking, moving, smiling, and had also raised their hands to bless me. I had touched the feet of the gods. They had put their feet forward for me to touch. But when I touched Narayana Bhagavan's feet, he had not moved. Ma Lakshmi was sitting with him. I had touched her feet too. It was a wonderful feeling. I could never imagine that I was really so fortunate. I asked myself, is this true? I was finding it difficult to believe. Anu, Ma, you have told me that after Swami made you perform Gaudan, he showed you the two very different forms of the river Vaitarani. You said that he then took you for darshan of Narayana Bhagavan himself in his divine abode, Vaikunta. It must have been a very sacred experience. Ma, Sai Ram. When Swami showed me the river Vaitarani in its pure form, he said that this is how this river will appear to the soul that has become pure after it leaves its body at the time of death. It looked more clear, bright and beautiful than even the most flawless crystal. Then Swami took my hand very gently, as though he was going to take me somewhere. I followed my Lord, though I did not know where we were going. After some time, I began to see, far in the horizon, a structure that seemed to be in the shape of a huge ark. It looked very majestic and was shining like gold even from that distance. Swami lifted his hand and pointed towards it as if to show me where we were going. When we reached our destination and as we stood before this great arch, I thought to myself that it looked so grand and beautiful. I noticed that there were two big golden gates, rectangular in shape, at the center of this arch. But they were shut. I did not see any walls around it, but only these gates. Swami put his right foot forward, and as he did so, the gates began to open on their own. As Swami moved in, I followed him. I stopped there and raised my eyes to look inside. Mesmerized, my head bowed, and my hands folded in complete awe and adoration, I had darshan of the Lord of all creation, Lord Narayana, reclining on his Sheshashaya. He looked so grand, so divine, and so beautiful. I don't know how to describe to you, and his smile was so captivating, drawing you to him like a magnet. I could not take my eyes away from his smile. He was wearing beautiful yellow colored robes, a golden crown, and many beautiful jewels. Ma Lakshmi was sitting by his lotus feet looking so splendid in a bright red sari and exquisite jewelry. Narayana Bhagwan said, "Aao Devi, charan sparsh karo. Come Devi and touch the lotus feet." I went up to the Lord still in a daze and softly touched his divine lotus feet. Then I touched the divine lotus feet of Ma Lakshmi. They smiled and raised their hands to bless me. Then Swami moved ahead and I followed him. We were floating a little above the ground softly and very lightly. There was a light blue and a soft white aura everywhere, a lot like when we look out of an aeroplane when we are on a flight. Very peaceful, sublime, pure, sacred. As I looked ahead, I saw what seemed to me several human figures. I could see them everywhere at some distance from each other. Even from far, they were looking divine. Dressed in pure white clothes, they were floating lightly just as I was. There was so much stillness in them and yet so much grace in their movements. It is difficult to describe. I could see the faces of some of these divine forms. I have never seen faces so still and so radiant. I could see from far that some of these divine figures were not moving at all. Some were sitting on pedestals made of white marble, while others were moving around. They had such a beautiful aura that as I crossed them, my hands folded in reverence. I thought later that these must be the pure souls that have been permitted to enter Vaikuntha. They looked noble, grand and godlike. As I crossed them, some of them welcomed me saying, "Aao Devi." I was mesmerized. I had darshan of Lord Shiva from some distance. I saw him from far, sitting on a mount made of shining pure white ice. I had darshan of other gods also, but from far. I cannot explain to you the beauty and the divinity, the purity and the sacredness of Vaikuntha. Anu, Ma, I was wondering about the golden gates. Do you remember what they look like? Ma, at that time I felt that the gates were very big, but did not think much about it because my attention was on Swami and I was in a blissful state. Later, when I was back in my mandir, I sat thinking, going through the whole experience many times. I think the gates must have been about 60 or 70 feet in height and about 25 feet in width. Also, I remember that there was something engraved on the gates, which I noticed as I walked in. I don't know if the gates were made of gold or some other metal, but they were of a bright gold color. I did not look very carefully at that time, but I thought that something was written on them. Anu, Ma, it would be so wonderful if we knew what was engraved on the gates of Vaikuntha. Ma, I will ask Swami if you want to know. Anu, Ma, you said that you saw many divine figures there. Did you see female figures also? Ma, yes, there were female figures also, but few. I saw more male figures and they were mostly dressed in white robes. The female forms were also wearing white, but I saw that a few were wearing orange also. They all looked of human form but seemed to have achieved divinity. The next day, Dashara 2013. Ma, this morning both Swami and Shirdi Baba gave darshan. I asked Swami, Anu is asking what is written on the gates of Vaikuntha, his smile reaching up to his eyes. He raised his eyebrows and moved his head from side to side as though saying, "Okay." Then the Lord spoke, "Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya." Swami repeated the sacred mantra many times. Only Om Namo Narayanaya is written in gold letters on the golden gates. The gates are made of pure gold. This is the most important mantra if you want to enter Vaikuntha. When it is recited, it reduces the effect of karma. Inside Vaikuntha, there is none but Narayana. There is nothing but Narayana. You may see many souls, many other things in Vaikuntha, they are nothing but Narayana. It was so sweet. The Lord had come in both his forms. When I asked Swami this question and Swami was answering, I was listening with a lot of concentration. But I was getting distracted because I noticed that Shirdi Baba was also listening to Swami in the same way that I was, as though he is different from Swami, as though he does not know. I was in Ananda seeing this Leela of Bhagwan. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 12. Ma. It was 23rd November 2009, Swami's birthday, and we had decorated the mandir the previous evening. We made a path for Swami to walk on and had scattered rose petals on it. I remember when I said that let us make a path in the center for Swami to walk, my son asked, "Do you know that Swami will come?" I said, "Let us prepare, he might come." I also prepared for Padaseva. I placed rose petals on a plate, kept rose water in a silver glass and a fresh towel. Swami gave darshan in the morning. I took his permission and did Padaseva. Swami was sitting on his sofa. His feet were stretched forward. I saw that some rose petals were clinging so lovingly to his lotus feet. How beautifully they adorned them. Slowly, very carefully, I picked the petals one by one and put it in my hand. Oh, what Ananda, what treasure! Then Lord Shiva came. After that, Narayana Bhagavan, and then a most beautiful God came, but I did not recognize his form. Swami asked me to touch the lotus feet and take blessings of all the gods. Lord Shiva said, "Devi, Jallo, Devi, take the holy water." I quickly picked up the glass in which I had kept water for Padaseva and which was now empty. Lord Shiva filled it with the holy water, but asked me to take the sacred water from him directly in my hand. I took the holy water in my hand and drank it, and then put aside the glass with the prasadam for everyone. Then I bowed down and touched the beautiful lotus feet of Narayana Bhagavan. I would look up to have darshan of his most beautiful face, and then quickly look down to have darshan of the most beautiful lotus feet, and then up again. I was yearning to have darshan of my Lord, and also longing to rest my eyes at his divine lotus feet. After my first darshan of Narayana Bhagavan, I had a very special place in my heart for him. Then I bent to touch the lotus feet of the most beautiful God, who was standing with his hands behind his back. But I did not recognize him. In my mind, I was thinking that I am touching the lotus feet, but I wonder of which God. Just then, reading my mind, he brought his hands forward and waved his divine flute before me, as though saying, "See, now you know me." He was smiling so charmingly. Then he declared, "Krishna." He put his flute to his lips and half crossed one foot across in his typical pose when he plays the flute. I closed my eyes and did Koti Koti Pranam. I prayed, "Please forgive me, dear Lord." Then they all left. On the following Mahashivratri day, along with Swami and Shirdi Baba, Lord Shiva gave darshan. Swami and Shirdi Baba were both sitting, Swami on his sofa and Shirdi Baba with me on the carpet. Lord Shiva was standing. Shirdi Baba said, "Jao ma, charan chuo or jallo." Ma, go and touch the lotus feet and take the holy water. As I stood up, I saw that the serpent around Lord Shiva's neck was moving. The Lord said, "Devi, डरो नहीं, ये तुम्हें कुछ नहीं करेगा. हमारी दोनों आंखें के बीच में देखो, फिर अपनी आंखें बंद कर लो. Devi, don't be afraid. It will not harm you. Look between my eyes and then close your eyes." I saw a sort of an outline of the third eye there. I touched the Lord's lotus feet. He gave me the holy water from his kamandalam. First, Shirdi Baba left, then Lord Shiva, and finally Swami also left. I would get so much ananda that when I had to get back to my daily routine, I felt very disappointed. I would sit in the mandir thinking of the beautiful darshans, not able to sleep. I would talk to Swami within. "Swami, please call me to be with you. There is so much ananda, so much love, no conflict, no suffering, no hatred. There is love and only love. God is only love. We have money, a comfortable house, and good children. Even then, there are so many problems in everyone's life, one after the other. In Vaikunta, there is only peace. But it is not easy to get there. To escape from here, we have to make a lot of effort. We have to work very hard to deserve that. When I saw Vaikunta, I felt that this is the only place to be. I have never asked Swami for moksha, never asked for Vaikunta. I have always prayed that Swami, if I have done any bad deeds, let me pay for them here itself, so that I become more and more pure every day. I pray that my Lord, please fill me with love so that I can improve myself and share with others all that I have. Let me give of myself with all my heart so that everyone realizes that how, with love and sacrifice, it is possible to change others. They should also feel inspired. But a lot of hard work is required to improve our karma. We are all children of God and He loves all of us. He wants all His children to be good, and for that, He teaches us in many ways all the time. We read, we listen, and we forget. A few days back, there was a message in Sai Inspires, where Swami said that you have a bank account of good karmas. It is in your hands whether you want to increase or decrease the deposit. We have to always remember His words. We must never let ourselves forget. I always think and pray that I may not do anything wrong, that I should not be able to do anything wrong. I pray that as He wants, I should improve every day and become a better person. Whenever Swami will make me merge with Him, when and where it will be, I don't know. No one knows. But the satisfaction will be there at that last moment that I walked on the right path and did not do wrong. Anu, I remember the special darshan you had on Guru Purnima day 2012. Ma, my son called to ask about the flowers I needed for Guru Purnima. I told him that I need a string 45 meters long and some rose petals. I told him that I also needed 2 garlands. I said, let them be small. I want to garland Swami and Shirdi Baba. He said, yes ma, they will reach you. Which color garlands do you want? I said, I want white and red garlands. The flowers reached in the evening. They were very beautiful. I put them in the fridge and cleaned the mandir. It is not that I pray for it, but I want to prepare just in case. He comes in all His divine, beautiful forms. So in the center of the mandir, I made a path for Swami to walk on and covered it with rose petals. I prepared for Pada Seva and kept the plate with rose petals ready. I also filled the glass with rose water and kept it in the fridge. Then I swept the mandir clean. Around midnight, I started Namasmaranam. Those days I was doing Namasmaranam for long, about 3.5 hours. I had completed most of it when Swami came. He sat on his sofa. Shirdi Baba came and sat by my side on the floor. I put my japamala down and sat with my hands folded. Now I am thinking, Swami is there, Shirdi Baba is sitting there. Whose Pada Seva should I do? I looked questioningly at Shirdi Baba. He lifted his hand and gestured towards Swami. Then Swami lifted his hand and made the same gesture for Shirdi Baba. Again Shirdi Baba repeated it. I looked at Swami. He stretched his feet forward. I ran to him, placed the plate and did Pada Seva. After that, I carefully picked the petals clinging to Swami's feet and saved them for everyone. Swami placed his hand on my head very softly and blessed me. As I completed doing Pada Seva of Swami, suddenly I saw that in the plate were the large, beautiful feet of Narayana Bhagavan. I saw then that all the gods had arrived in the mandir. There was never-ending rose water flowing from the glass. I washed the lotus feet of all the gods. Ma Lakshmi did not let me wash her feet. She said, Nahi Devi, utho. No Devi, please get up. Then Lord Shiva gave me jal from his kamandalam. There was so much ananda. Then I went to Shirdi Baba. As I bent to touch his feet, he stopped me and said, Ma, let me touch your feet. I said, Baba, today I have to touch your feet. Today the whole world is touching your feet. Today you are my Guru. Then I touched his feet. I kissed his feet. Now I was thinking that there are only 2 garlands and he is present in all his divine form. I paused to think for a moment. Then I thought that what if while I am wondering what to do, Swami goes away? I picked up the tray and lifted the red cloth. I picked up the first garland and made Swami wear it. Then Shirdi Baba, and as I looked back, there was one more garland in the tray. I picked it up and offered it to Narayana Bhagavan. Then one more garland appeared on the tray, and then another. I made all the garlands, all the gods wear the garlands. When I put the flowers around Lord Shiva's neck, I remember thinking that it looked very strange. There was a snake around his neck and a garland also. Then Shirdi Baba stood up, and Swami too. All the gods were standing together. All were in white robes, wearing white and red garlands. Even Ma Lakshmi was in white. Lord Shiva was also in white. It was a magnificent sight. I did koti pranam to Swami, praying, "Thank you, Swami, for accepting my offering." There are obstacles. Whenever there is Guru Purnima, a Swami's birthday, everyone wants to come. Many relatives and friends want to come and stay over at home. I wait for these special days, and if everyone comes, I get very tired looking after them. I have to see to worldly things. I am not able to get Ananda, but I surrendered to him. He arranges everything. No one came. I was alone for Guru Purnima. On the previous evening, we had put a big picture of Swami outside the mandir. In the morning, when Swami and Shirdi Baba came, they walked to the door of the mandir, facing outside. I knew that they wanted to go out to see the picture. I quickly spread out a sari which I had kept ready so that their feet did not have to touch the floor. Both Swami and Shirdi Baba went out, admired Swami's picture, and walked back to the mandir. Amrita began to flow from the picture and continued to flow all day. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 13. On Thursday, the 29th of December 2010, Swami had come to give darshan, and Ma was sitting at his lotus feet. He looked at her for a moment and then asked, "My child, will you be able to stay without food for a period of 72 days? He explained to her that she would be permitted to have only liquids, milk, tea and juice for that period. Then he asked her if she would do it. Ma said to me, "Whenever Swami tells me to do something, I never think of anything. It is his prasadam. I accept it with gratitude. I don't think of the consequences or how I will do it, because Swami has said, so he will see to everything." Swami told her that she would not be allowed to have any cereal, any solids or even semi-solids. He said that she would be permitted salt and sugar. Ma said, "Okay, Swami." During that time, Swami blessed her with darshan after every 4 or 5 days. Sometimes he came after a week. Whenever he came, he materialized vibhuti and with his own hands put it in her mouth. She did not know the reason or the purpose behind what Swami had asked her to do, but she did not ask. She suffered intensely from hunger. Her body cried for food and she had a lot of pain in her head, abdomen and chest. The days passed slowly. Ma lost weight rapidly. After 36 days, Swami told her to give up sugar. When 54 days were over, he said that she could have only tea and water. Then, towards the end, when only 9 days were left, he told her that she would be allowed only water for the rest of the days. Ma said, "Okay, Swami." She went through unbearable pain and suffering. The last day of the penance was Thursday, the 10th of March 2011. About 1 month before the completion of this period, Swami had revealed to her the reason behind what he had asked her to do, but had told her not to tell anyone yet. On the last day, Swami showered his blessings on her. He put his hand on her head and said, "Thank you, my child. You have completed your mission. You never said no to anything I asked you to do. I was watching you daily." Then Swami, with immense love in his eyes and a sweet smile on his face, raised his hand to his forehead in a gesture of salute. Ma told me I lowered my head, for I had tears in my eyes. She says, "I feel very, very fortunate that Swami chose me to do his work. Everything is in his hands." The thought came to my mind that what he had asked me to do, he could have just willed it in a second. He can cure, he can heal, he can give life to anyone. Then what is the reason that he had given this work to me? I was trying to understand, but I did not ask him. He knows our innermost thoughts. One day when he had come to give darshan, Swami cleared my doubts. He made me sit down and patiently explained everything to me. Swami said that when some karma is done by a person, the consequences of which are not good, then that person will suffer from some problem. The nature and the intensity of the problem is dependent on the karma that was done. At times, God, due to reasons known only to Him, wills to heal that person or to change his destiny. Then the effect of this bad karma, which is the root cause of his problem, has to be balanced. It has to be, so to say, neutralized. For that, tapa has to be performed. Swami said that the tapa of being without food is the biggest tapa of all. The positive energy or the heat of that tapa burns away or neutralizes the negative energy of that bad karma. When that is accomplished, then that person is healed. Swami told me, but whose destiny has to be changed is decided only by God, as also to whom He will assign His work. So what His will is, what He thinks is right, how He wants to do something, and whom He chooses for His work, only He knows. On the 73rd day, when Swami came in the morning, he materialized some vibhuti and one dry palm date and gave it to Ma. Swami had earlier told Ma why he had asked her to do this tapa and for whom. He had revealed to her that it was to heal a devotee who was suffering from cancer. Swami told Ma to go early that same morning and give the vibhuti and the palm date to this devotee. Swami said to Ma, "Tell her to have the vibhuti and the dry palm date. Put it in her mouth with your hands." Ma said. Ma asked, "Is she fine now, Swami?" He said, "Yes, my sweet child." Ma said to me, when he says "my sweet child" and with so much love, I am prepared to do anything just to listen to those words full of love. I wonder what I have done to get so much love from him. You cannot get so much bliss even in the love of the mother who has given birth to you. Swami's love is everything. I feel blessed that Swami chose me to do his work, and he gave me the strength to complete it. The devotee whom Swami chose to save is also greatly blessed. On Basant Panchami day, when Swami gave darshan to Ma, she said, "Swami, please bless my son's new house." Swami was sitting on his sofa. He extended his hand to take Ma's hand and then he stood up. Ma understood that Swami had got up to visit the house. She suddenly realized that the house would not be clean as the family had not moved in yet. Swami was not wearing slippers on his feet. She quickly ran to the adjoining storeroom where she keeps all the mandir provisions and got a pair of new slippers that she had kept for him. She made Swami wear them, and in a few seconds she found herself in the new house with him. Swami walked to every room in the house and blessed it. Then he came back to the mandir bringing Ma with him. She took Pada Namaskar and Swami left, still wearing the slippers. 1 week before Swami left his body, he returned these slippers to Ma. Ma's elder brother had offered a white-colored robe to Swami on the occasion of his daughter's marriage in the year 2009. He had prayed to Swami to take the robe with him and bless him by wearing it. He had thought that he would feel truly blessed if after wearing it, Swami would return the robe to him so that he could treasure it forever. On Mahashivratri day 2011, when he came to give darshan, Swami returned the robe. A few days later, her brother came to Lucknow to express his gratitude to Swami and took the robe back with him. When Swami blesses Ma with darshan, he looks divinely radiant with no sign of any physical ailment. He walks comfortably and at times seems to be floating lightly above the ground. He appeared very unwell. Ma says that though she had seen videos of Swami looking that way, she was taken aback and felt very saddened. One morning, in the second half of March 2011, Swami had come to give darshan to Ma. Suddenly, he coughed very hard, quickly reaching out for the handkerchief on the right arm of the sofa, but it had fallen down. Ma saw this, and in a flash she cupped her hands together before Swami's mouth to hold the phlegm that had suddenly come out. Then Swami took the handkerchief from the other side, wiped his mouth and placed it back on the sofa. Ma sat before Swami with the phlegm in her hands. After a few seconds, Swami stood up and walked away. She looked carefully at the phlegm. It was white in color. There was no blood in it. She washed her hands and came back to the mandir. Then she bent down to look for the missing handkerchief, picked it up and placed it carefully on the arm of the sofa. She also picked up the other handkerchief, which Swami had used to wipe his mouth with. When she was folding it, she noticed that there was blood on it. She showed it to uncle, then washed that handkerchief and placed a fresh one on Swami's sofa. The next morning, again when Swami came to give darshan, he wiped his mouth with the handkerchief. When Swami left, Ma picked it up and checked. Ma says that she remembers clearly how Swami had looked at her that day. There was so much compassion on his face that she had tears in her eyes. But she says she did not realize then that Swami was giving an indication. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 14. Ma had made a vow and wanted to be in Shirdi at the time of its fulfillment. Swami gave his permission. On the 29th of July 2012, she flew to Pune and then travelled by road to Shirdi. As soon as she reached Shirdi, she joined the long queues in the mandir for darshan. She was carrying a rose for Baba. By the time she reached the Samadhi, there was but a single petal left on the stalk. This she offered to Baba at the Samadhi. After darshan, she checked into a hotel which was very close to the mandir. She had seen the room before checking in to make sure that it was clean and that it had 2 sofas. Ma had carried fresh sheets and cushions with her from Lucknow to cover the sofas in the room for Shirdi Baba and Swami. She got the room cleaned properly and lovingly prepared both the sofas. It was around midnight when she sat down for Namasmaranam. A few minutes later, Swami came and asked her to take Padanamaskar. He placed his hand on her head and blessed her. Then he left. As soon as Swami left, Shirdi Baba came. He asked Ma, "I am here with you, Ma. Why do you want to go to the mandir?" Ma said, "Baba, I love to go there." After 5 minutes, Shirdi Baba stood up. He said, "Aao Ma, come Ma." He held her hand and barefoot took Ma with him. She says that it was very dark and she did not see anyone on the road. They walked for at least 20 minutes, crossing the road several times and left behind many houses on the way. After some time, they reached a place where she could see some very old huts made of mud. It was to one of these huts that Baba took Ma. When she entered the hut, she saw that on the ground, which was made of mud, there was an earthen lamp that was burning very brightly. Baba asked her to sit down. She sat on the ground. Baba materialized an earthen vessel filled with water. He asked Ma to put her feet forward and touch them with reverence. Then, with the water from this vessel, he washed her feet. He was pouring the water with one hand, taking the water that was flowing out in his other hand and drinking it. He asked in Hindi, "Ma, are you hungry?" Ma said, "No, Baba." He said, "No, eat." All of a sudden, she saw that before her there was a very old copper-like plate and an earthen jar. There were 2 puris, a brinjal and potato preparation, and 1 whole raw onion on the plate. Baba said, "Eat." Ma took the puri with the vegetable, gave the first bite to Baba and began to eat. While Ma was eating the puri, she saw that there was some portion on the edges which was very hard. She was finding it difficult to chew that, so she broke off that part with her hand, bit by bit, and put it on the side of the plate. She saw that Baba playfully picked up these hard pieces one at a time and began to eat. As she was taking the puri to her mouth, she stopped. She closed her eyes as they filled up with tears. Then Baba asked, "Ma, will you have some sweet?" Swami had asked Ma to abstain from sugar. For several months now, she had not taken anything that had sugar in it. She said, "No, Baba, I cannot take sweet." Baba said, "No, eat." She was very confused but thought that she must obey her Lord and not argue. Baba created an earthen bowl with some rice pudding in it and gave it to Ma. She put the bowl to her mouth to eat the pudding. As she tasted it, she stopped. It was not sweet, but salted. She looked at Baba. He was smiling. She did not like the taste of the pudding, but it was Baba's prasadam, so she ate all of it. She smiled to herself, thinking, "Oh, what a wonderful way to test his devotee." Baba said, "Ma, today the vow that you had made is coming to fulfillment. Come with me to the Shiv Mandir." Baba took Ma with him to a mandir where she saw a very big idol of Lord Shiva. There was a big shivling before this idol. A bucket of water was lying close to Ma. Took water from the bucket and performed the Abhishekam. Then Baba said, "Ma, let us go to the Samadhi Mandir." Ma says that she was feeling completely dazed. Baba held her hand and took her with him. She saw that they had reached the Guru's Sthan in the Samadhi Mandir. A big yagna was being performed there at that time. She came to know later that it was to commemorate 100 years of the installation of the Padukas in the Guru's Sthan. Baba said, "Ma, sit here and do your Namasmaranam." Ma said, "Baba, I have to do Abhishekam." He said, "Yes, Ma, come." In the Samadhi Mandir, located across the Guru's Sthan, there are 3 small temples in a row. Ma was now standing with Baba before the Shiva temple. The previous evening, she had bought 3 packets of milk as she wanted to do the Abhishekam with milk on the last day. They were lying in her room at the hotel. Ma was wondering how she would get the milk that she required for the Abhishekam. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she saw that the 3 packets of milk were in her hand. She performed the Abhishekam and said her prayers. Then Baba took Ma to the Guru's Sthan. He told her to sit there and complete her Namasmaranam. She sat down and closed her eyes. When the Namasmaranam was over, Ma opened her eyes and looked around. But Baba was not there. She got up slowly with the intention of going to the mandir for Samadhi Darshan. The doors were still shut. The guard told Ma that she had come very early. She told him that she would wait there. There were 4 people in the queue before Ma. After some time, the doors opened. It was a Thursday morning. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise and many devotees rushed in. Ma quickly ran and sat in the front row. At that moment, she thought of her son and felt like sharing her beautiful experience with him. Just as this thought came to Ma, she suddenly saw her mobile phone, which she had left in her hotel room, appeared in her hand. The priest was sitting before her, and the guards were also doing their rounds. She felt afraid. She knew that mobile phones were not allowed inside the mandir. She thought that if they saw it in her hand, they might send her out. Ma hid the phone in the folds of her clothes. As the aarti was about to begin, Ma soaked in the devotion of all the devotees who were there. She noted that they had put a mosquito net for Baba's idol. She felt deeply touched and experienced deep ananda. The aarti began. Keeping the phone out of sight, Ma dialed her son's number. Both her son and his wife enjoyed the complete Kakad Aarti from Shirdi. After the morning Aarti got over, Ma walked out slowly, feeling lost and tired. In a daze, she wandered to Dwarka Mai for darshan. In Dwarka Mai, generally, devotees are not allowed to go near the area where the dhuni is burning. Ma requested the priest to permit her to go, which he did. She touched the grill around the fire. It was extremely hot. She moved ahead to Chavdi and then to the grave of Abdullah. Ma left the mandir, lost in the thought of all that had taken place the previous night. As she reached the hotel and was slowly walking up the steps to her room, number 108, on the first floor, the man at the reception called out to her, "Madam, please take your keys." Ma realized then that she had left the room with Baba without locking it or taking the keys. She went down the steps, took the keys from him. Entering her room, she made preparations to leave Shirdi for Pune. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 15. Ma, when Swami comes to give darshan, does he appear suddenly or do you see him come in through the door? Asked Anu. Ma, when I am doing Namasmaranam in the mandir, though my eyes are closed, I somehow get to know when Swami comes. I immediately stop Namasmaranam. Swami himself has come, so I stop. When I do Namasmaranam, only one oil lamp is there which has been burning through the night. But when the Lord comes, everything is bathed in a divine light. Sometimes I have just sat down to begin Namasmaranam and I see Swami walking in through the closed door. Suddenly he comes and I always see him go. A few days back, Swami got up and held my hand. And then he asked me to open the door to the balcony. Swami always comes in through this door. I took Swami's hand and walked with him to the door. I opened the door and stood holding it with my right hand so that it would not close. I held Swami's hand with my left hand. I was looking down at the floor, feeling it with my feet, thinking that the ground is not clean. He walked out to the balcony and then turned back. I thought that maybe he wanted to come in, but he turned back again and walked 4 or 5 steps. He left my hand and suddenly, then he disappeared. I stood there for a few minutes still holding the door, wondering if he might come back. Sometimes when I am doing Namasmaranam with my eyes closed and Swami comes to the mandir, I can feel from inside that Swami has come. I open my eyes and have his darshan, sitting on his sofa. Earlier the bhajan, Hari Narayana, would begin to play on its own when Swami came, but not now. I come to know from inside that Swami has come. If I am not in the mandir, I come running and I see him sitting there. Now, I have been sleeping in the mandir at night for almost 4 years. Anu, what is the light like? Is it like daylight? Ma, it is somewhat like the color of tube light, but different. It has a different quality, but it is white, not yellow. In the beginning, when Swami used to give darshan, the light used to be very bright. Nowadays, it is very soft and soothing. Sometimes he goes into the house and walks to all the rooms. The light follows him wherever he goes. Anu. For some years, when Swami came to give darshan in Prashanti Nilayam, he had been walking with support. Later, he used to come on a wheelchair. How does Swami give darshan to you here? Ma. He always walks normally. Only once I saw him like that. That day, he was also having a problem picking up a letter that had been placed by a devotee on the table next to his sofa. At that time, his face was also like I saw in the recent darshan videos, but only once. Anu, how do you conduct yourself when Swami comes to give darshan? Ma. In the beginning, when Swami used to come, I was not sure that should I touch his feet or not. After some time, I had confidence, but I always remember that he is God. Only when he gives permission, I will touch his feet. I look at his feet. He is God. He knows everything. When he puts his feet forward, I know that he has given permission. Then I touch his feet very softly, touch my hands to my forehead, and then kiss my hands that have touched his divine lotus feet. Once, Swami asked me about some problem. At that time, I was very upset about the matter, so I had tears in my eyes. Swami said, "You are hiding something from me." My head was on his lotus feet. I began to cry. In a moment, suddenly I realized that I should not do this. I quickly composed myself and wiped his feet with my dupatta. I said sorry to Swami. He said nothing but patted me on my shoulder. Very rarely do I ask Swami about something. I only listen to what he has to tell me. Sometimes when Swami tells me about some problem that someone has, I ask him, "Swami, please tell me how I can help. Please tell me, Swami, I will do it." I never speak in a light manner to him. I always stay within limits. I never forget that he is God. His position is very high. I am a mere mortal. I must have done some good karma. I don't know, along with some bad karma also, I am sure. But some good I must have done that Swami has told me that he will come to give me darshan. Anu, are you the same with Shirdi Baba also? Ma, when Shirdi Baba came earlier, though Swami and Baba had told me that I was Shirdi Baba's mother in my previous birth, I found it very difficult to believe. I would never think that I am his mother. For me, he is God, whom I have been worshipping. For the past 3 or 4 years since I have been sleeping in the mandir, whenever Shirdi Baba comes in the morning, he always sits by my side on the mattress. Even when I say, "Baba, please sit on the sofa," he says, "No, Ma, I will sit here." The first time when Shirdi Baba said, "Ma, please let me touch your feet," I was shocked. I got up and ran to the door. I said, "No, Baba, this will be a sin." Immediately, I saw that Shirdi Baba disappeared. I looked at Swami. Then I saw that Swami had a small child in his arms. He gave the child in my arms and said, "This is your child. You are his mother." Immediately, I had the feeling that this is my child. Like a mother holds her baby, what feeling she has. I had that feeling. I kept looking at his face. I had tears in my eyes. I felt full and had the feeling of wanting to feed my child. I knew this child was Shirdi Baba. I cried a lot. Then Swami took back the child. Suddenly I saw that Baba was by my side again. I kept looking at him. I was crying a lot. Baba said, "Ma, let me touch your feet." Without any hesitation, I put my feet forward and he touched my feet. Softly, my heart overflowing with love, with both my hands, I caressed his cheeks and kissed him on the forehead. Then Baba left. Sometimes I feel that he is God, sometimes that he is my son. Shirdi Baba always shows me the love of a son. When I was not eating earlier for 72 days, one day Baba materialized a thali with food and said, "Ma, please eat." I said, "No, Baba." Then he moved his hand over the thali and changed the food to vibhuti. Shirdi Baba has been like a son, but on Guru Purnima day, he lets me wash his feet. Then he washed my feet. Water was flowing out from his fingers on its own. He washed my feet with this water and then touched it to his mouth. There is so much pure love that I don't feel like going back to my normal life. Anu, there must have been occasions when someone requested you to ask Swami for something on their behalf. Does Swami grant them their wish? Ma, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Once, some Sai devotees came to Sai Nilayam. They wanted me to ask Swami to give them moksha. We don't know God's ways. Swami told me to tell them, moksha granted. They were crying with happiness, saying, Swami has given us moksha. I don't ask Swami anything. I wait for him to say what he wants to. When he came to give darshan, Swami said, "My child, you don't get moksha like this. It has to be earned by namasmaranam, by good karma, by suffering, by sacrifice. You have to finish the earlier karmas, but you keep adding more. Some will finish their karmas in this birth, some will not. Then more and more births, janma, janma," he said. Swami said, they think they have got moksha and they are happy. Not like this, my child. This is only in God's hands. Swami said, now they feel that they have moksha. You will see that they will do wrong karma. They will not try to improve. This is all God's play. When Swami has to give something to someone, physical closeness or otherwise, has no importance. You may be close, but you may not get anything. When he wants to give, physical distance means nothing. It is not easy to get moksha. No. For moksha, a lot has to be done. We don't know what we will have to do. For moksha, we have to finish this I. I always welcome pain. Whenever I have got pain and suffering from this world, I have moved closer and closer to Swami. Let the pain and suffering come. You get used to it. It stops affecting you. Inside us is a lot of impurity. It has to be cleansed through praying. Accept pain and surrender to Him. For moksha, it is very important to remove the I, and for that, namasmaranam is best. It should be continuous, never-ending namasmaranam. At all times, doing all your daily duties, do namasmaranam. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 16. Anu, Ma, could you please tell us what namasmaranam you do and what mantras you recite? Ma, Swami has told me, what you know, what I tell you, don't be selfish. Share with everyone. Let everyone benefit. But what you do, that is your prayer, your namasmaranam, your spiritual practices, don't discuss that with anyone. That is only between you and me. It is a sacred relationship. But there is something that Swami has asked me to share with everyone. For some years now, every night before sleeping, it is my routine that I spend some time talking to Swami. He is always there, always listening. We all make mistakes. We are human. And if we tell Swami, we feel that all will be well. Also, maybe then we may not make the same mistake the next time. For many years now, Swami has been listening to my prayers. One morning, when he gave darshan, Swami said to me, "You do night prayer. Very good, very good. You should tell everyone to do night prayer before sleeping. Only 2 minutes. 1 minute, it will not take much time. One more thing I have to share with everyone. Swami has told me that everyone must do Havan reciting 108 Gayatri Mantra. It is also very beneficial to ward off the evil eye. Swami said that the Havan must be performed either in the morning or evening, not in the afternoon. He said that we must perform the Havan with a pure and calm mind. Both before starting and after completing the Havan, the Shanti mantra must be recited. Anu, Ma, what do you think are the qualities Swami loves most in his devotees? Ma, I feel that what matters most to Swami is love. Through love, we can get God, and through love, we will feel close to everyone. It is through love that our ego will go. If there is hatred anywhere in our heart, ego will not go. Swami loves discipline. Through discipline, we can be very close to him. If there is discipline in our spiritual sadhana, through meditation, through Namasmaranam, we will feel God within us. I feel that even to do Namasmaranam and meditation well, the most important thing is love. Love must not be selfish. We should be careful that we don't have any expectation in return for love. Let love flow from us spontaneously so much that Swami feels drawn to us and we feel close to him. Then many changes will begin to happen in our life. Swami wants only love and discipline. When in the beginning Swami came, he told me that Namasmaranam and meditation should be done in Brahma Muhurtam. I felt then that I need to discipline myself more. When I first began to pray, it was for my family. I prayed to God for their welfare. I prayed for my daughter's marriages. When we start, we usually have some desire. We pray for some reason. But when we have settled our children and our duties are over, we should come out of it. We should not get entangled in it. Now I do my prayers without any desire. If God asks me to do something, then I will do it, but not for personal reasons. Anu, for many years now, Swami has been blessing you with his darshan. Nowadays, Swami has told you that he will come every day for 108 days. Shirdi Baba has revealed to you that you are his mother. So many people come to you. They look at you with much reverence. In spite of all this, I have seen that over this period you have not changed at all. You remain untainted by ego. How? Ma. I think so. I think ego has not come. From the beginning, even before coming close to Swami, ego was not there. When I came close to Swami, I always felt that Swami is coming to give darshan. It is so sacred. Let me not tell anyone. I don't know what everyone will say. So I never used to say anything. Slowly, people came to know. Many people started coming with their problems. Sometimes it happens that I may also have some problems or I may be tired. But I tell myself that I must listen. I used to think that if I say that I don't have time, they will feel very disappointed or they may feel that I have ego. I don't know what Swami has in store for them, but I always give them hope. I always say that Swami will take care. Yes, sometimes with some people I feel that their attitude is different or that I am getting wrong vibrations. Then I avoid. If I have ego, what will I be able to give anyone? Then how can I call myself Swami's devotee? I feel that if we appreciate someone sincerely, we are giving them happiness. If I do this, my ego will not come and in the other person also love will grow. We will have love between us. Ego can destroy love. It can destroy our sadhana. It is a very dangerous thing. It destroys all. If ego comes, it is very difficult to remove. However close we may be to God or how devoted we may be, however much seva we may do, but if we show how much we are doing, it is ego. We have not done anything. God has made us do. We cannot do anything. Whatever God makes us do, we must offer at His feet and say, Swami, you are making me do this. Please give me strength. We must place our ego at His feet. We must ask for strength. We must be humble totally, fully offer ourselves at His divine feet. When Swami commands me to do something, I pray that Swami, I am going to do this. Please finish my ego. Please give me love, that I may share that love with everyone. Let me fill the other with so much love that his ego also goes. If I have any anger for someone who is doing me harm, I have to change myself. I have to give love. Then they will also change. But if I see that in spite of my best efforts, the other person is not able to change, then I have to leave him to God. When I am talking to you, you tell me that you see some good in me. What good you see in me? I don't see anything in me, because I have offered everything to Swami. Nothing is mine now. But if there is something in me that makes you happy, then you should also take those qualities from me. What bad qualities I have, I don't want to share with you. But if you see a good quality in me, I am not feeling any sense of ego. I don't want praise, it is temporary, it is artificial. What is real is that I share with you what I have got. I give you what I have that is worth giving and sharing. I take it out and offer it to you with love from deep inside. What I have received from Him, I want to share with everyone. We have to share with all. Only then love will grow. We must not have ego that why should I talk to everyone? Swami is close to me. People want to know what Swami says. They ask me. I say to them, Swami is with you also. They ask me what Swami said today. I can't share everything with everyone without his permission. Sometimes there are personal things. Swami has given me many messages. I quickly note down on paper whenever he gives a message to me when he comes to give darshan. I repeat a message to them. They listen seriously, go home and work on themselves. They come back and tell me that they try to follow what Swami said. They want to improve. Always share what good you have, that which will be of some use to someone. It is not your personal property. You should share the good with another and then he will share with more. So it will increase. This Swami wants. Share, then Swami's mission will be complete. Share, then Swami's message will spread. I want to give you the good that I have. Share with you with love, telling you that it has given me so much ananda. I want all to share that ananda, to have that ananda. We must tell everyone that Swami is God. Let there be no doubt. You will see that slowly in Puttaparthi, more and more people will come. Even more than in Shirdi. Share with all. What we are sharing between us, Swami speaks. He reminds me. He makes me talk. What you are receiving here, share with everyone. Om Sai Ram. One may think Neelam Auntie's Mandir is a place where one can get answers, cures and blessings, all true. However, for me, this is where Swami is teaching me how to play along in his divine Leela. I remember taking our chits for what topics to study for my class 10 board examinations, praying and making Neelam Auntie pray for 90% marks. Swami was seen as a friend who saw how badly I wanted something and he would grant me my wish. How wrong I was. Swami is a hard taskmaster. I have come to believe that his answers are not really answers but tests. He knows what you have so badly. He also knows that you are capable of so much more than mere wants, and he makes sure you realize that. I have lost count of the number of questions I have asked through letters. I have often received answers which have shattered my greatest illusions. I have been left confused, distraught and lost. and He has always been the strength in my heart through which I have followed His command. I have wants, desires, hopes, dreams, and plans. However, today when I ask for His guidance, I find myself only praying for the strength to follow His command. My questions become tools for Him to churn out my weaknesses. And when I close my eyes and experience an endless nothingness, I think I begin to understand His love. Shared by Nivedita Chopra, Lucknow. Neelam Auntie's spiritual journey has been an inspiration for so many of us who have been fortunate enough to have seen her live through years of penance, service, love, and complete surrender. I have known her from my childhood years and have seen her serve His devotees with no concern for her own comfort. Her heart is moved at their slightest pain, and she is prepared to give up her food and sleep and take upon herself any amount of pain and suffering to relieve the pain of Swami's children, never complaining, always smiling. So much like our Swami himself. When I am with her, I feel closer to Swami. Whether it is the elevating energy of the mandir or her love and simplicity, it clears your mind, you learn patience and surrender, and you feel closer to Him. This perhaps is one of her greatest acts of service. Through her, Swami has guided, saved, and transformed so many lives. While so many of us go to the mandir with words of prayer to Him, it is Ma who is the instrument of His grace. While we are the grateful recipients of His grace, who is that He blesses with the greatest grace of all, the gift of Himself, Ma, who is silent, who asks for nothing and obeys blindly. He blesses us, grants us all our wishes with His utmost love, waiting that one day we will ask for nothing, and then He gives Himself. Shared by Niharika Chopra, Lucknow. Having spent the majority of the last 10 years in hostel life in Prashanti Nilayam, my memories of my time with Neelam Auntie are of quite a different sort. They are not filled with mysterious, wondrous miracles of Swami. Those are stories that I've heard over the phone or via mail. My experiences with Auntie are instant, primarily of simple short evenings spent together, and yet they are so much more. On several occasions in Patti, in the course of our discussion about Swami, I would relate Auntie's experiences to my friends, and invariably questions would follow about her. Questions of the spiritual as well as the mundane sort. I would watch every single time the surprise on my friends' faces on answers to the more mundane ones. She too ran a household, taught in a school, liked to watch a good film, and was active on Facebook. Their surprised faces set me thinking on lines that had not struck me before. And so, as I spent more and more time with Auntie in those short, simple evenings, I was mesmerized. I learned that spirituality is not merely in propounding the highest of philosophies or renouncing the world. For spirituality is not complicated, it is simple, like Ma. I learned that penance is not only motionless rest and perfect inaction, penance is in constant motion and perfect action. Like Ma, I learned that true oneness with Swami is not in only seeing Him within. It is in seeing Him everywhere, in everyone, and all around, like Ma. And yet, if I were to truly describe my experiences with Ma, it wouldn't cover a book, a few pages, or even a sentence, for I would need just a word, the same that permeates and defines every single moment with Swami, the same that is every moment with Ma, love, pure love. Shared by Shivam Chopra, Prashanti Nilayam. At the lotus feet of Swami Sri Satya Sai Baba, it was truly a delightful and humbling experience meeting Sai Ma, a wonderful soul. Sai Nilayam at Lucknow last year. It turned out to be a comforting and soul-searching experience. Throughout the lunch meeting, I felt the need to bring out the best in me to conquer my selfishness. And finally, Saima encouraged me to dissect my feelings with no burden of worry. Although I will continue to practice what I believe I am good at, since that lunch with Saima, with Baba's grace, I have tried to bring the best in me and asked Baba to guide me all the way. It was clear to me since that day that truthfulness and treating God's creations with love and respect is the ultimate way to worship God. Shared by Dr. Vikas Verma, New York. Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 17. Anu asked, "For many years now, devotees have been visiting Sai Nilayam. They come not only to attend bhajans but also to keep letters for Swami's guidance and debates for his blessings. They come to seek solace in pain and to offer gratitude in joy. Oftentimes, you don't know the person, his background, or even his intention. How do you cope?" Ma replied, "For me, all those who come here to the mandir for Swami are the same. When they come, I see in them the same feeling that I have. At that time, I don't know with what feeling they have come. I come to know about them only later. Many people come first for bhajans. After a few times, they stay back after bhajans are over and discuss their problems with me. It has been going on for years. I pray to Swami for them. They feel that it helps them. Whoever asks me, I pray for them. Whoever rings the doorbell, we may not know them, but we open the door to the mandir. They sit and pray. They talk about Swami. They want to know about his leelas. Many people who have been coming here for years, I see how they have been transformed, how their devotion to Swami has become very deep, how they involve themselves in good work, and how their lives and the lives of their families have been changed with Swami's grace. There have been a few occasions, though, that the people I have tried to help have tried to harm me. A few years back, a man and his wife came. They were both suffering from a serious health problem. The husband was in a worse condition. They would both come to the mandir and cry. Whenever they came, they would ask me to pray to Swami to save them. The lady said, "I beg you to save my husband." I prayed to Swami, "Swami, please cure them." One morning, Swami told me to take vibhuti from the mandir and apply it to both of them for 21 days. They came every day for 21 days. Every day I prayed for them from my heart while applying vibhuti. It was Swami's wish and they were cured. After a few months, the same man kept a letter for Swami in the mandir. One day, it was in the afternoon, that he phoned me, and he was in a lot of hurry. He said that he would be holding the line and that I should quickly open his letter to check if Swami had replied to his question. I never open anyone's letter on my own. Only when they call and ask me to check do I open it. I told him on the phone what I saw. This person quickly realized that he had made a mistake by asking me to open that letter. He reached my house in less than 10 minutes, took the letter and left immediately. This man was now very afraid that I knew something about him that he did not want anyone to know. He feared that I might tell someone about it. The truth is that I would have never done such a thing. Many years later, it was Mahashivratri day in the year 2009. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ishan had gone for coaching and my husband was in the washroom. The doorbell rang. I looked out from the glass window to see if someone had come to the mandir. I saw a big man with a red tika on his forehead standing outside. Thinking that it was a devotee who had come for darshan on Mahashivratri, I asked from inside what he wanted. He said, Darshan karna hai. I want to have darshan. I went to the mandir to open the door from that side. As soon as I opened the door, he attacked me. He hit me very hard in the middle of my stomach. I screamed loudly and fell down. There was something sharp in his hand which touched me, but it did not hurt me. I was shocked and was crying in pain. He was a very huge man. He had put one foot in so that the door could not be closed. As I fell, I called out, Swami! Just then there was a very loud sound of the door banging shut. I heard him falling down on the other side and then heard the sound of him running away. I came out of the mandir and called out to my husband. I told him what had happened. We went to the mandir and saw that from Swami's sofa to the door there was as if a line drawn with a lot of vibhuti. Also on that door there was a lot of vibhuti. If you call out to Swami from your heart, he is there. There can be no doubt about that. When Swami gave darshan the next morning, he told me the name of the person who had sent this big man to attack me. It was the same person whom Swami had cured in this mandir some years back. The same person who had asked me to open his letter. Some days later, I had gone out alone. I was driving, and as I looked into the rear view mirror, I suddenly saw that same big man who had attacked me on a motorcycle. He was a little behind me. I realized that he was following me. I got very nervous and started driving fast and turned left. He also turned and followed me. Then I quickly decided that I should park my car outside a showroom where I knew the owners and go in. As I was driving, I suddenly saw Swami sitting on the seat next to me. I was taken aback and stopped the car. Swami said loudly, "Why have you stopped the car? Drive!" I started the car but was trembling. I looked sideways and saw this man's motorcycle skid suddenly and he fell down on the road. Swami said, "Fast!" With Swami sitting by my side, I drove home. As I parked the car inside the building, Swami left. There was a lot of vibhuti on the seat where he was sitting. He always protects his devotees. The same man whom Swami had named began to call me very late at night on the landline phone. I would quickly pick up the phone, not wanting my husband to get disturbed or alarmed. He would threaten me and say what he would do to me if I told anyone about him. I would keep quiet. At 11 o'clock one Sunday morning, I went with my husband to a shopping mall. He sat in a coffee shop on the ground floor and I went to the first floor. After finishing my work, as I stepped on the escalator to go down, someone from behind pushed me very hard. I cried, "Sai Ram!" and quickly caught the railing. I don't know how Swami saved me. I had been pushed with a lot of force. It would have been a terrible accident. I was stunned and was in a state of shock. I saw the same big man running down the steps that were next to the escalator. I shouted, "Guard!" It was early for a Sunday morning and there was no guard, nor were many people shopping at that time. I reached down and sat on a bench for some time. I looked at the escalator again and again, imagining what would have happened if Swami had not saved me. When I meet this man and his wife, even now, the thought does come to my mind. I do think about what they have done, but Swami has taught me that I should not think like that. I have tried to follow what Swami has taught me. Even now when I meet them, they pretend as though nothing has happened and I don't say anything. I don't retaliate. They will not change, Swami has told me. Swami tested me also through this experience. Though I am very careful when I meet this person, in spite of all that has happened, I have never tried to say anything to them or do anything. With Swami's grace, I don't feel any hatred and try to conduct myself so as to please my Lord. There was another phase in my life when Bhagwan protected me from negative forces. It was the year 2005. A woman came to Sai Nilayam. At that time, there were very serious problems at her parents' house. She would come to the mandir and sit with me for 2 to 3 hours in the afternoon telling me about all her problems. She cried. I tried to console her. She asked me to pray to Swami for her family. I said, please don't cry, I will pray for you. When I see suffering, I want to do all I can if it can help. I did Parayan of Sai Satcharitra. I gave up sugar for 40 days and prayed to Swami to take care. With Swami's grace, her problems were solved. A few years passed. It was August 2009. One day I was taken aback to find an object of black magic in my house. The next morning when Swami came, he told me the name of the person who was doing this black magic. It was the same woman who had come to me when her family was in trouble some years back. I will refer to her as Mrs. Y. Now these objects began to appear almost every day in my house, in my purse, under my pillow, under the carpet, in flower vases, on my body, in my clothes, in my hair, in the mandir, and behind the idols. Once my mouth was filled with a red powder. I ran to the washroom to clean my mouth. There, I felt like throwing up. When I threw up into the basin, what do I see? A big black hook had come out. Every day it would be at a new place, many times in the sacred mandir, and once in the glass of water that had been kept for Swami at his table. I suffered a lot. When Swami came in the morning, I would get solace from his darshan. Often he would tell me where the item of black magic was and ask me to pick it up with a piece of cloth and throw it away. When I suffered, I thought that how could she do this to me? I did not want her to be grateful to me, but I had not done any harm. I did not even tell my children what was happening. They live far and would be very worried for me. Recently, 3 to 4 months back, Swami reminded me of this period. He said, "Come, my child, see." He opened his palm. It became dark on his palm, just like a dark screen. Then Swami showed me everything that she had done and how I had suffered. It was just as if I was watching a film. It lasted for more than 45 minutes. Swami reminded me of all the suffering that I had forgotten. But Swami had not forgotten. He showed me everything. Swami showed me the mandir when everything was pulled down, when we were looking for the black magic items. He warned me that Mrs. Y's mother and daughter were also involved in these deeds. Then Swami showed me another scene. One evening I had been invited to attend a function. A snake was sent to this place through black magic to kill me. Swami said, "Don't worry, my child." He showed me this tantric from whom she was getting the black magic done. Swami showed me a scene where I saw this man burning to death. Mrs. Y had wanted to kill me, the reason being that there was a lady in her own family, a devotee of Swami, whom she wanted to eliminate through black magic, and Mrs. Y felt that this lady was being saved because of my protection. Swami had guided me about this lady devotee and had told me that Mrs. Y wanted to eliminate her. Swami said that Mrs. Y had been practicing black magic on her for many years. He said that the reason she had been doing so was that she was jealous of her. But though they knew what Mrs. Y was doing, this lady devotee and her family had never retaliated. They observed the conduct that was correct. Swami sees everything. He protects. He used to constantly guide me about how to protect this lady and her family. But Mrs. Y was mad with jealousy. She did not understand that what she was doing would never work because Swami was protecting us. Swami told me that she would have to pay a very heavy price for it. Mrs. Y, even while she was doing this, continued to come to the mandir. It is Swami's mandir. I never refuse anyone. Once she got something for me saying it is prasadam. I did not touch it. The next morning, Swami told me that she had put poison in it. She does not realize that you cannot hide anything from Swami. We have such an opportunity to come close to him. I gave her love when she came in trouble, but she did not understand. Then, who saved us? God Himself. She only added to her own bad karma. Swami has told me that she will never change. She still comes to the mandir and to my house. I am very careful when she comes. She knows that I know everything but pretends to be very good and loving. I have never tried to retaliate in any way. I never wish her any harm. She may never change, but I am courteous with her and my conduct is the same. This is what Swami expects from us. He takes care of us. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 18. Anu asked, Ma, Swami said to you on 23rd November 2012, I bow to you, my child. No one on this earth has ever done a tapa like this before. What was it that drew so much love from him? Ma replied, that morning, in the 3rd week of July 2012, when Swami blessed me with his darshan, he said, my child, I will come daily. I was so happy that he would be coming every day, though he did not say for how many days. Every morning it was such a beautiful feeling, waiting for my Lord, knowing that he will surely come. Then, one day after about a week, Swami said, my child, you will have to be without any cereal, without any solids for 108 days. You will be allowed only liquids. You will not be permitted either salt or sugar. It will be very tough, very difficult. Will you do it? When Swami said this, I accepted it with gratitude. I always think that whatever he gives is his prasadam. I did not know and did not ask why he wanted me to do this. I said, okay, Swami. He gave me such a beautiful smile. His smile is my strength. When he smiles like this, I can do anything. When Swami left, I sat in the mandir thinking about what he had said. I said to myself, 108 days? Will I be able to do it? I prayed, Swami, please give me strength. I had already planned a trip to Shirdi, and Swami had given me permission, so I was very happy. I was so excited about going to Shirdi that I did not think about the fast. On the 29th of July, I had to leave for Pune. That morning, both Swami and Shirdi Baba gave darshan. Baba said in Hindi, Ma, Shirdi aa rahi ho? Ma, are you coming to Shirdi? Happily, I said, yes, Baba, I am coming to Shirdi. Swami reminded me, my child, after coming back from Shirdi, your fast will start on the 7th of August. After Swami left, I calculated 108 days would be over on the 22nd of November, one day before Swami's birthday. I decided not to tell my family yet. When I was in Shirdi, Swami said that I could tell them. They were taken aback and were very worried, thinking about how much I would suffer. I would be taking only milk, juice, tea and water. I told them that surely Swami must be making me do something. I prayed to him, Swami, you have to give me strength and I will give strength to my family. I returned to Lucknow on the 4th of August. On the first day of the fast, on the 7th of August, when Swami blessed me with darshan, he sang the bhajan. Prema mudita manase kaho Ram Ram Ram. Heart overflowing with the joy of love for him, chant Rama Rama Rama. He sang so beautifully with so much love. Many days Swami would sing a bhajan and sometimes he would ask me to sing. When I heard him, I would be lost in his singing. I would forget my hunger and my pain. One morning, Swami was singing a bhajan and Baba was clapping. It was so beautiful. They are one only, Shirdi Baba and Swami. But how for their devotee they would act like this? One day, Baba sang the bhajan, Sai Rahim Nazar Karna, Bachon ka Palan Karna. Have mercy upon us who are your children, O Sai, and look after us. I kept looking at him, feeling so much love. As he had assured me, Swami came every day. Sometimes he came alone, and on other days, Shirdi Baba came with him. At the beginning of this period, Swami would give me vibhuti every morning. I felt that it gave me the strength that I needed for the day. After 2 or 3 days of the fast, I had begun to have a lot of discomfort and uneasiness. But when I was with him in the morning, I would feel blissful in his darshan with no other thought in my mind. After about 10 days, I began to get cramps in my stomach. I used to feel giddy. The days passed slowly. I prayed, Swami, please don't let me be laid up in bed. Please let me do all my duties. With his grace, I continued to go to work. I would cook for my husband in the morning and go to work. In the afternoon, when I came back, I would serve him lunch. Also, sometimes I had to go out for some work or social obligations. I tried to fulfill all my responsibilities, but with passing days, it became more and more difficult. Every morning, I used to wait for Swami. He would look at me with deep concern and ask me, my child, are you feeling hungry? I would say, no, Swami, not at all. He would say, you are looking weak. I would say, no, Swami, not at all. On some days when he would ask me, I would look down because I had tears in my eyes. I was not able to look up at that time. I did not want to show him that I was becoming weak. I would think that since I am getting strength from him, I should be strong. I was not able to tell my family how much I was suffering because I thought that they will feel very bad when they see me. After 1 month, I was in a bad condition. Now Swami would not give me vibhuti every day as he did earlier. That had given me strength. But he knew what he was doing and why. Now I was getting cramps all night and could not sleep because of pain and hunger. I used to drink many bottles of water all night. Then I would throw up. Sometimes I would fall down in the washroom. Many times I would hurt myself. In the morning after his darshan, I would try to pull myself up for my duties. At night again I would be very bad. My eyes would be heavy, my body limp with hunger, pain and sleep. But I was not able to sleep at all. This went on for days. In the morning, my Lord would come. I would look up at him, silently asking for permission, and then gratefully touch his divine lotus feet. Sometimes he would materialize vibhuti and give it to me. In my heart, I would thank him. On some days, he would place his hand on my head for some time. All day, the feeling of his loving touch would stay with me and give me strength. On some days when he would come, I would be doing Namasmaranam. Seeing him, I would stop, but he would ask me to continue. I would again be immersed in Namasmaranam, and when I would get up, he would be gone. There were days when I would see my Lord looking at me with so much love. Though I was suffering, my heart would fill up with love for my beloved Lord. I cannot explain the love, the concern, the tenderness in his divine eyes. His love is my strength. One day, Swami came in the morning and he said, "My sweet child, from now on you are going to have a lot of pain. It is going to be very difficult. Can you take it?" I said, "Yes, Swami." There was now severe pain in the chest also, very severe. I thought I would die. I would pray to him to give me strength. Immediately he would give me strength. When you ask him for anything with a true heart, he gives immediately. A few days later, when Shirdi Baba had come with Swami, Baba looked at me with so much concern and said, "Ma, bhook lagi hai? Ma, are you hungry?" Then Baba looked at Swami. Their eyes met. It was an unforgettable sight. It was as though Baba was asking him something, as though they are different from each other. They're one and the same. What Leela of Bhagavan! On the morning of the 36th day, Swami said, no juice. On the 72nd day, he stopped milk. I thought to myself that now if Swami says no tea, it will be very difficult for me. But I knew from inside that he will say it. Without tea, I get a very bad headache. Then, when 18 days were left, he told me that I could have only water. I said, okay, Swami. He said, you knew my child? I said, yes, Swami. After leaving tea, it was even more difficult. I would run here and there in the house or out to the balcony. Hunger is a terrible and a very painful thing. I had become very weak. When Swami would come in the morning, many times it happened that I would fall down. I would look at him. I would see him looking at me as though he was waiting for me to call out to him to come. But I would not. I would just be looking at him, drawing strength from his darshan. He would say, get up, my child, and I would get up slowly. At times, I would be getting terrible cramps, but would try to keep a normal face before Swami. He would look at me so tenderly and with his hand gesture to me to come to him. Sometimes in the morning when Swami came, I used to crawl towards him from my mat where I was sitting and doing my morning namasmaranam. One day, Swami was sitting on his sofa, but I was lying down flat on the ground. I did not know what was happening to me. I was not able to get up. On some days when I fell down, he would come to me and with his loving divine touch, he would give me the strength to get up and go about my responsibilities for the day. All the strength that we need is there in his love. His love heals. I also got a lot of love and care from those who were very close to me. It gave me a lot of strength. Everything can be healed with love. I did not know why Swami wanted me to do this, but I was doing it only because I love him and he had asked me to do it. Because of faith, I could take all the suffering. I had surrendered completely at his lotus feet. He knows what he is giving me and why. He loves me. He will take care. I have this faith. I began to get a terrible urge for salt. One night I ran to the kitchen. I pounced on the salt container and as I put my hand on it, I stopped myself. I cried out, Swami, I'm sorry. Swami, tell me what to do. I was crying in desperation. Then immediately I was calm. Swami had helped me out. He had taken care. After that night, I lost the desire for food. The smell of food did not draw me now. After that night, I lost the desire for food. The smell of food did not draw me now. On the 99th day, I thought that tomorrow is the 100th day. Only 8 days are left. We decorated the mandir with flowers and I asked my son to send me 2 garlands, one for Swami and one for Baba. I wanted to do Pada Seva, thanking him for giving me the strength for these 100 days. I made the preparations and kept everything ready. In the morning, while I was doing Namasmaranam, Swami came. I did Pada Seva. Then I saw all the beautiful, loving forms of my beloved Lord coming to the mandir to give darshan. Lord Narayana, Lord Shiva, Sri Krishna and Sri Rama. I was in a daze. I offered the first garland to Swami and then to Shirdi Baba. As I was thinking that I don't have garlands for all the gods, I saw 4 more garlands appear in the tray and gratefully I offered garlands to all the gods. Narayana Bhagavan said, Devi, idhar aao, come here Devi. Then he said, Devi, जो तुमने करा है वो आज तक धरती पर किसी ने नहीं करा. Devi, you have done that which no one on this earth has done till now. I was immersed in Ananda. During those days, I saw so much compassion in Swami's eyes that I felt he is crying seeing me suffer. He would call me, make me sit near him like a mother and look at me as though saying to me, Don't give up, my child. Oh, so much love. Sometimes he would look at his picture next to his sofa and with his hand point towards the image of Durga Ma that had formed there in Vibhuti. At times, Swami would get up from his sofa and keep walking up and down in the mandir for a few minutes. I don't know why he would do that. He would tell me to continue doing Namasmaranam. My eyes would be shut doing Namasmaranam, but I could hear his footsteps. Sometimes he would be sitting on his sofa for long, almost 20 to 30 minutes. He would sit with his hand on his chin or cheek and be just sitting there, not even talking. I would keep looking at him. I did not understand. He would not even look at me. Where he was, where he went, I don't know. I thought this is maybe how he used to give darshan in Prashanti Nilayam. He would sit as though he was thinking something. I would keep looking at him after completing Namasmaranam, having beautiful darshan. On the 18th of November, we had placed a beautiful picture of Swami outside the mandir. During bhajans, when there is not enough room inside, some devotees sit outside. On the morning of the 19th, on Ladies' Day, Shirdi Baba had also come with Swami. Swami sat on his sofa and Baba sat by my side. Whenever we place a picture of Swami outside, he likes to go out and admire it. I made him wear his slippers. Shirdi Baba stood up and wore his slippers that I had kept for him. First, Shirdi Baba went out and then Swami followed. I had spread out a sari for them to walk on. They put their hands behind their backs and stood looking at the picture for some time. Then they came back to the mandir. Swami sat and took off his slippers. Shirdi Baba went to the side of the mandir and removed his. Then they left. On the morning of 21st November, Swami came. He said, only one day left. He told me that starting from the midnight of the 21st, I would suffer a lot of pain for 24 hours. It would end on the 22nd at midnight. He said, you will have too much pain, but you have to bear it, my child. I said, okay, Swami. Swami has made me so strong by giving me the prasadam of pain. I have got inner strength. I prayed to him, my Lord, please don't let me fail in this. Before midnight on 21st November, Swami came. He told me, now your pain starts. Each pain has been different. Each one has had its own strange ananda, because I know that my beloved Lord has given it to me because it is His will. It was many times worse than labor pain. I would fall, get up slowly, fall down again, get up, fall again, all night. I did Namasmaranam at the same time in the morning as I do every day. For 1 hour in that pain, I held on to the wall and did Namasmaranam. Swami made me do it. I don't know how. I needed water. I was absolutely hollow and empty from inside. Nothing was there inside my body. How to get water? I ran to the kitchen, falling many times and then getting up, but I could not swallow water. On the morning of 22nd November, when I was going through the worst pain, my mother called from Delhi. She was crying. Although she had faith that Swami would take care of me, but as a mother, she was very worried for me. I kept getting calls from my family. I was unable to talk. They wanted to come to Lucknow to be with me. Swami had told me that nobody should come, and I conveyed this to them. After some time, my brother called to say that my mother was asking, is Anu there? You had gone to Puttaparthi for a day, but I could not tell my mother that. I told them that you were with me. She asked to speak to you. I was in a miserable condition. I made an excuse. My mother called again at 11 o'clock. She asked for you. I made another excuse. She said, are you lying? I was holding my stomach and crying silently. You were on your way back from Puttaparthi in the afternoon. I asked you to call my mother and assure her that I was fine, that Swami was with me. It was a Thursday, so there were bhajans in the evening. Some people wanted to meet me. It was very difficult to meet anyone. I had so much pain. I felt that my stomach was being torn apart. I had a terrible chest pain going up to the throat. I did not know if I would survive this. I had a very bad fall. I was waiting for you to reach. When you and Niharika came, I broke down. Having you both with me gave me a lot of strength. After you had done the preparation for our Lord's birthday, I ran to the mandir. As a child to her mother, I wept. Swami, you know I have so much pain. I was not complaining, not at all. I was sharing with my Lord. I was crying before my mother. I felt light. At 20 minutes to 12, we were in the mandir. The pain subsided on its own and went away. I was completely exhausted and fell asleep. Anu narrates, my dear reader, may I share with you an aspect of Ma's penance that I personally know of, though she did not speak about it in her narrative. Even before Bhagavan had told her about her fast, he had assured her that he would come to give her darshan every day. At the beginning of the 108-day period, he would give her vibhuti daily. Bhagavan would materialize vibhuti and with his own hands put it in her mouth. After about 1 month of the fast was over, he gave vibhuti only on some days. Her suffering increased greatly. She said to me, hunger is a terrible and a very painful thing. Because of extreme denial and depletion, it was with great effort that she managed to see the day through. With his grace, she tried to discharge her duties to the best of her ability. One day, as she was driving back from work in the afternoon, she felt an intense craving for dosa sambar. Eyes moist with tears, she walked into the South Indian restaurant near her house. She got 2 dosas packed and went back to her car. Then she drove the car down the road. She stopped as she saw a young child, a boy of 10 years or so, sitting in a corner by the roadside. He looked forlorn, as though he had not eaten. Lovingly, she offered the food packet to the child, who accepted it with alacrity. He quickly opened the packet, fumbling in his eagerness to see what was inside. His eyes lit up as he inhaled the spicy aroma, and he hurriedly began to eat with intense concentration. He was not even aware of Ma standing there, looking at him, a smile on her lips and a tear finding its way down her cheek. She was lost in Ananda, her hunger appeased in the gratification of his hunger, and her pain eased in the alleviation of his pain. From that day, Ma would feed one child every afternoon on her way back from work. Puri aloo, samosas, chana bhatura, burgers, vada sambar, ice cream, cake, rasagullas. She got food packed from her favorite eating places and then drove around looking for someone who needed it. She did this every day for the remaining days of her fast. To me, watching her closely over this entire period, this was the most beautiful aspect of Ma's penance and the most significant. Sai-Ram. Ma shared, on the morning of 23rd November, Swami came. I did Koti Koti Pranam at his divine lotus feet. I took my Lord's permission and did Pada Seva. Then all the gods came, all other beautiful forms, my beloved Lord. Lord Shiva came with Ma Parvati. Lord Narayana came with Ma Lakshmi. Lord Krishna with Radhaji. Sri Rama with Ma Sita. They looked so grand and unimaginably beautiful. They raised their hands in blessing. Lord Shiva gave me the holy water from his kamandalam. He sprinkled vibhuti with many fresh rudrakshas and a few malas on the mat. The rudrakshas looked very fresh. They were soft and moist. Lord Shiva said that there were 108 rudrakshas in all and that I should give to all as prasadam. Then, one by one, all the gods left. After the stapa of 108 days, Lord Shiva had been pleased. He had blessed with the 108 rudraksha. I thought that they must have a lot of power. I later gave them to all the devotees whom Swami sent to the mandir in the next few days. I went up to my Lord. He said, I bow to you, my child. No one on this earth has ever done a tapa like this before. I said, thank you, Swami, for making me complete this task. I looked at him, but I did not say anything. He knew what I was thinking. He said, I will tell you tomorrow. All day I was thinking about what Swami will say. Now, after it was all over, I was feeling normal. So what if I had become weak? So what if my bones were showing through? So what if my face had become wrinkled? So what if I was looking strange? This was my Lord's prasadam. On the morning of 24th November, Swami told me that a devotee had been suffering from cancer. He said it was cancer of the stomach. There was no hope for survival. He told me that on the last day, when I suffered intense pain for 24 hours, he had taken the cancer out and completely healed this person. Then he told me for whom he had made me do it and who had been suffering from cancer. I closed my eyes. I had no words. I did koti koti pranam at his divine lotus feet. Please hold on to him with a true heart. Even if you are not a Sai devotee, hold on to God's lotus feet with both your hands. If He gives pain, take it. If He gives love, take it. Whatever He gives, take without questioning, without doubting. He will open His hands and pour out His love to you. Om Sai Ram. My dear reader, when you have done your reading for the day, you may choose any one moment that softened your heart and made you close your eyes. Hold that moment. Lose yourself in it. Be one with it for as long as you can. For instance, after you have read the portion, when Bhagavan gives Ma the train tickets to New Delhi, you may contemplate on it. Bhagavan himself is coming to her mandir to give her the train tickets which have been booked more than a month before her father's death. Ma is looking at the tickets that Bhagavan is handing over to her. That moment, the instant when Ma sees the tickets, she shyly attempts to look up at her Lord, capture it, cherish it, the full heart, the lump in her throat, the deep gratitude, the intense adoration, and the Lord, His supreme compassion and boundless love, in His eyes, in her tears, the intimate bond of eternal love between God and His devotee. There will be many such moments beyond time. Make them your own. Or, when Ma has not eaten for over 100 days because her beloved Lord had asked her not to. She has just completed Namasmaranam in the morning. Her throat is dry and parched. She runs to the kitchen for water but falls down several times on the way and hurts herself. She manages to reach the kitchen and picks up the bottle. That moment when she tries to drink but is not able to swallow even a sip of water. She stumbles back to the mandir, waiting for her Lord to arrive. That moment of His presence, that moment of her complete surrender, feel it in your entire being. Be one with the beauty and the eternity of that moment. Stay with it. Love, Sai Ram. And remember, thou shalt be tested and thou shalt be tried. Before He opens the gates of Vaikuntha, thou shalt be tried and thou shalt be tested. Anu asked, Ma, on the 11th of January 2014, Narayana Bhagavan Swami and Shirdi Baba blessed you with darshan. It was the extremely auspicious day of Vaikuntha Ekadasi. What was the significance of his darshan on that day? Ma replied, my salutations at the divine lotus feet of my beloved Lord. On the 11th of April 2013, when my Lord came to the mandir in the morning to give darshan, he said, my child, you have to give up milk. He also said, no sugar, no fruit. I said, okay, Swami. Swami said that I could take the one daily meal that I was having, but apart from that, I was to take only tea and water. Swami permitted me to add some milk to my tea. During this period, I used to suffer from very bad headaches. When Swami would come in the morning, he would look at me with so much concern, and my most loving mother would ask me softly, how are you feeling, my child? On some days when Shirdi Baba also came to give darshan, he would sit by my side and talk to me about many things. Then slowly, so sweetly, he would reach out to touch my feet while still talking. At that time, I would find it very difficult to pay attention to what he was saying. Shirdi Baba always behaves like a son with me. He touches my feet with so much love, I cannot explain. When he sees me hungry, he cannot bear it. He looks at Swami with a question in his eyes. I know what Shirdi Baba is asking Swami, but they are one and the same. What Leela of Bhagavan? On some days when he was talking to me, I would get the feeling that Baba had something on his mind. I did not understand what it was, but did not want to think much about it. I would be immersed in Ananda. On the 7th of December 2013, when Swami Satya Swarupini Ma, my beloved Ma, gave darshan, he did not say anything to me. That morning the Lord came to the mandir as he often does to give darshan. I took his permission and touched his divine lotus feet. He softly placed his hand on my head and blessed me. After a few minutes he left. The next day on the 8th, when Swami gave darshan, he said, "My child, I will come every day till the 11th of January 2014. I will give you darshan daily." I was so happy that I will have darshan of my beloved Ma every day. I sat in the mandir for some time wondering what the reason could be of his saying that he will come every day. Then I thought that my Satya Swarupini Ma knows everything. Why should I think about the reason? I looked up the calendar to see if the 11th of January was a special day. It was the extremely auspicious day of Vaikunta Ekadasi. Every morning I was in Ananda, my eyes fixed on the balcony door, eagerly waiting for darshan of my beloved Lord. He would usually come at around 4 in the morning, but there were some days when he came very early. Even if I was sleeping, I would come to know from inside that my Lord had arrived. I would immediately get up and find him sitting on his sofa. On some days, Swami blessed me with vibhuti, and other days he blessed me with charan sparsh. On some days when Swami came in the morning, he would stay for long, more than an hour and a half, but not say anything. He would sit on his sofa, place his hand on his chin, and look at his picture which is next to the sofa. Sometimes he would look to the left or to the right, and sometimes up at the ceiling. It was the 10th of January 2014. That day, when Swami came to the mandir in the morning to give darshan, he did not sit on his sofa. He stood for a few moments and then, without saying anything, gave his right hand to me. I understood that Swami was taking me somewhere, but I did not know where. I gave him my hand. In a fraction of a second, I don't know where I had reached. There were white clouds everywhere. There I had darshan of Narayana Bhagavan. Bhagavan was standing, and there was the most magnificent light around him, spreading in all directions. Whenever I have gone for darshan to Vaikunta, I have had beautiful darshan of Narayana Bhagavan reclining on his Sheshashaya. But now he was standing. Softly I touched his divine lotus feet. Bhagavan smiled and blessed me. I was immersed in Ananda. I looked around slowly. I saw no one there. Swami was also not there. I did not understand where I had come and what I was doing there. I was beginning to get a feeling as though my consciousness was slowly fading away. After that, I did not remember anything. Now, I was back in the mandir, but it took me some time to realize where I was. It was dark and I could not see anything. Swami was not there. I tried to look for my mobile phone and switch on the light. I saw the time. It was 5:20 a.m. When Swami had come to the mandir in the morning, it was 2:55 a.m. I don't know where I had gone for so much time. I sat in the mandir and tried to recall, but could remember only the darshan of Narayana Bhagavan. Nothing else. I thought that Swami knows everything. Then why should I think? Whatever it was, it must be good only. He does what is good only. He had blessed me with so much Ananda, with a beautiful darshan of Narayana Bhagavan. What more can anyone want? It was Vaikunta Ekadasi, the 11th of January 2014. I was up all night repeating the sacred mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya. I was waiting for my Lord very eagerly, thinking that it was such a big day. I was imagining that I will touch his most beautiful, divine lotus feet. Oh, there will be so much Ananda. Many thoughts were coming in my mind. I was wondering what would happen. I thought, Swami has been coming daily for 36 days. Maybe he will say something today. During Brahma Muhurtam, when it was 5 minutes to 4 in the morning, Swami entered the mandir from the balcony door. Behind Swami, I saw Shirdi Baba entering the mandir, and behind Shirdi Baba came Narayana Bhagwan. Seeing Narayana Bhagwan, I immediately stood up. I bowed down, folded my hands, and did Namaskaram. At such times, I feel dazed and am unable to think what I should do. Swami was standing next to his sofa. Narayana Bhagwan was standing next to Swami, and then Shirdi Baba. I thought to myself that all are Narayana only. They are not three, but one. So, let me touch his divine lotus feet first. When Narayana Bhagwan gives darshan, I feel his magnificent glow entering my heart, my full being. I am in Ananda. I lose a sense of any distance from him. I feel one with him. There is no fear, no hesitation in talking to him. He is my own. No one can be closer to me than him. I was in his light, fully immersed in his beautiful darshan. I did not know anything else. Narayana Bhagwan looked at me quietly for a few moments. Then he spoke. Devi, come. We have come to take you. I asked softly, where Bhagwan? Bhagwan said, do you know what day it is today? I said, yes, Bhagwan, today is Vaikunt Ekadasi. I was standing with my hands folded. Narayana Bhagwan said, Devi, you have to come to Vaikuntha. Now there is bliss and only bliss for you. Come and enjoy the blessings of Vaikuntha. Your time of sorrow is now over. Be blissful forever. I said, Bhagwan, how can I go? I have an unfinished task to finish. I have to complete my penance, Bhagwan. I have taken a vow. How can I go? I have to complete it. Narayana Bhagwan said, no, it is time for you to go now. Come. You have been waiting for this for so long. You have been praying for this for so long. And now you say that you want to give up that bliss for this penance? Why? I said, Bhagwan, I have to complete this tapa. I had taken your permission before starting the penance. As you, Swami, and Shirdi Baba are not different, but one for me. Please, Bhagwan, I don't want to go. My tapa is my Vaikuntha. I cannot go anywhere till I have completed this penance. My Swami, my Divine Mother, has taught me this. This is what I have learnt. This place here is my Vaikuntha. Please, my Lord, let me complete this task. If I go, Bhagwan, my vow will be left incomplete, unfulfilled. You only say that if things are left incomplete, we have to take rebirth in human form to complete them. Narayana Bhagwan said, this has neither been heard of nor ever been seen before. Devi, don't you know how much bliss there is in Vaikuntha? See, all the gods are there. All the blessed and good souls are there. What sacrifice you are making, do you know? Swami then showed me the most unimaginable, the most indescribable beauty of Vaikuntha. As he raised his right hand, it seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. In Swami's palm, I had darshan of Vaikuntha. I had darshan of all the gods there. It was like watching a film. I also saw some divine figures with long beards. I thought that they must be the most revered rishis. They were at some distance from each other. I saw the faces of some other divine-looking figures. Their faces were so calm, so still. It is difficult to describe the bliss on their faces. I said, Bhagwan, for me my tapa is very important. Narayana Bhagwan said, now see where you are, see that. Swami raised his left hand. Again, it was as though I was seeing a film. I saw many scenes from my own life, full of pain and sorrow. Swami even showed me the scenes of the most terrible suffering of some of my previous lives. Narayana Bhagwan said, see this and see that, and you are choosing this? Bhagwan knows everything. He knew what I would say. It is all his play. His words were full of love, and his tone was firm, as though he knew my resolve and was being a little strict with me. I replied, Bhagwan, I don't want to go. This is my Vaikuntha, till the time that I fulfill my vow. I have had darshan of Vaikuntha. I have been there. Narayana Bhagwan looked at Swami. Swami looked at Shirdi Baba. They were looking at each other with surprise on their faces. Then Narayana Bhagwan bowed down. He said, O Devi, you are blessed. O Devi, Dhanya ho. He touched my feet and he said, You are blessed, Devi. You are blessed. Dhanya ho, Devi. Dhanya ho. I drew back, startled. I was shaking and shivering. I began to cry. Narayana Bhagwan said, You renounce the bliss of Vaikuntha and embrace this tapa. You are blessed, Devi. You are blessed. Shirdi Baba raised both his hands and said, Blessed, blessed, blessed. Dhanya, Dhanya, Dhanya. I looked at Swami and said, My Bhagavan, my Swami, you have taught me this. Then my Swami, my mom, my Prema Swarupini mom, who knows everything, said, I knew it. I knew it. This was your test, my child. Yesterday, when I took you to Vaikuntha, you kept repeating, Swami, let me do my tapa. Swami, please let me complete my tapa. I don't want Vaikuntha. I am nothing. I wanted nothing, not even Vaikuntha. So Bhagavan himself was compelled to come. Shirdi Baba said, Today, Bhagavan himself has bowed at your feet. No, I am nothing. I am nothing. I touched his divine lotus feet. Narayana Bhagwan held my shoulders and made me stand up. He then brought his hand forward that held the sacred conch. I realized that Bhagwan was going to give me Amrita. I immediately looked around to see in what I should receive it. I thought, Bhagwan himself is giving Amrita. It must be so pure, so holy. What should I take it in so that I can save some for my loved ones also? Bhagwan knew what I was thinking. He said, Devi, come. First you have the holy water. It will give you strength. He poured the Amrita directly from his conch into my mouth. Then I took the lid from Swami's glass and Narayana Bhagwan poured Amrita in it. Swami looked at Narayana Bhagwan and said, My child has left sweets, milk, fruits. Narayana Bhagwan said, Devi, eat what you like. Eat a lot. Have lots of milk. Have a lot of fruit. But have one meal only. I said, Okay, Bhagwan, I will do what you say. Please let me complete my penance. Swami said, Yes, my child. Shirdi Baba said, Ma, eat well. Eat to your fill. All the gods kept their hands on my head. I was feeling so blissful. I was feeling that I have got prasadam to complete my tapa. Now why should I have any fear? His blessing is everything. It is all that is needed. Whenever Swami asks me to eat a lot, I feel that there must be some reason behind it. I said, Swami, I will eat. I will have lots of milk. Swami smiled. Seeing Swami happy, I feel that I have got everything. Now I felt strong. I felt that I have the strength to do my tapa. I touched the divine lotus feet. Such bliss. This is not sacrifice. There is so much bliss in it. I received his blessings. Then what more is required to do anything? One by one, I touched their lotus feet. They put their hands on my head and blessed me again. The gods were about to leave. They were looking at each other. Narayana Bhagwan said, Devi, there is a very tough penance ahead of you. The path is very difficult. I saw that the Sudarshana Chakra was moving in his one hand. In his second hand, he held the conch, his mace in the third, and a pink lotus in his fourth hand. I don't know how, but I saw that now in one of his hands there was nothing. He raised his hand and I saw a very bright light begin to flow from there and enter me. I was shivering. My full body was shivering. I don't know. Only He knows what it was. I was filled with bliss. I thought to myself that this is not sacrifice, it is His blessing. Finally, Swami said, "My child, think again. It will be very tough." I said, "Swami, nothing is tough. You have made me so strong. I will take whatever comes my way. When you are with me, Swami, I can do anything." Om Sai Ram.
ओम श्री साई राम. भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा अष्टोत्तर शतनाम रत्नमाला. ओम भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सत्य स्वरूपाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सत्य धर्म परायणाय नमः. ओम श्री साई वरदाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सत्पुरुषाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सत्यगुणात्मने नमः. ओम श्री साई साधुवर्धनाय नमः. ओम श्री साई साधुजनपोषकाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वज्ञाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वजनप्रियाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वशक्तमूर्तये नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वेशाय नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वसंगपरित्यागिने नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वान्तर्यामिने नमः. ओम श्री साई महिमात्मने नमः. ओम श्री साई महेश्वर स्वरूपाय नमः. ओम श्री साई पर्तिग्रामोद्भवाय नमः. ओम श्री साई पर्तिक्षेत्रनिवासिने नमः. ओम श्री साई यशःकाय शिरडिवासिने नमः. ओम श्री साई जोडि आदिपल्लि सोमप्पाय नमः. ओम श्री साई भारद्वाज ऋषिगोत्राय नमः. ओम श्री साई भक्तवत्सलाय नमः. ओम श्री साई अपान्तरात्मने नमः. ओम श्री साई अवतारमूर्तये नमः. ओम श्री साई सर्वभयनिवारिणे नमः. ओम श्री साई आपस्तम्भसूत्राय नमः. ओम श्री साई अभयप्रदाय नमः. ओम श्री साई रत्नाकरवंशोद्भवाय नमः. ओम श्री साई शिरडि साई अभेदशक्त्यावताराय नमः. ओम श्री साई शंकराय नमः. ओम श्री साई शिरडि साई मूर्तये नमः. ओम श्री साई द्वारकामायिवासिने नमः. ओम श्री साई चित्रावती तटपुट्टपर्तिविहारिणे नमः. ओम श्री साई शक्तिप्रदाय नमः. ओम श्री साई शरणागतत्राणाय नमः. ओम श्री साई आनन्दाय नमः. ओम श्री साई आनन्ददाय नमः. ओम श्री साई आर्तत्राणपरायणाय नमः. ओम श्री साई अनाथनाथाय नमः. ओम श्री साई असहाय सहायाय नमः. ओम श्री साई लोकबान्धवाय नमः. ओम श्री साई लोकरक्षापरायणाय नमः. ओम श्री साई लोकनाथाय नमः. ओम श्री साई दीनजनपोषकाय नमः. ॐ श्री साई मूर्तित्रयस्वरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई मुक्तिप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कलुषविदूराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई करुणाकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वाधाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वहृद्वासिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुण्यफलप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वपापक्षयकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वरोगनिवारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वबाधाहराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अनन्तनुतकर्तृणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई आदिपुरुषाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आदिशक्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई अपरूपशक्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई अव्यक्तरूपिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई कामक्रोधध्वंसिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई कनकाम्बरधारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई अद्भुतचर्याय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आपद्बान्धवाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रेमात्मने नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रेममूर्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रेमप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तजनहृदयविहाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तप्रियाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तमन्दाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तजनहृदयविहाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तजनहृदयालयाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तपराधीनाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तिज्ञानप्रदीपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तिज्ञानप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सुज्ञानमार्गदर्शकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई ज्ञानस्वरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई गीताबोधकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई ज्ञानसिद्धिदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सुन्दररूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुण्यपुरुषाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई फलप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुरुषोत्तमाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुराणपुरुषाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई गुणातीताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कालातीताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सिद्धिरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सिद्धिसंकल्पाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आरोग्यप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अन्नवस्त्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई संसारदुःखक्षयकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वाभीष्टप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कल्याणगुणाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कर्मध्वंसिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई साधुमानसपरिशोधकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वमतसम्मताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई साधकानुग्रहवटवृक्षप्रतिष्ठापकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सकलसंशयहराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सकलतत्त्वबोधकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई योगीश्वराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई योगीन्द्रवन्दिताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वमङ्गलकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वसिद्धिप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आपन्निवारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई आर्तिहराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई शान्तमूर्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई सुलभप्रसन्नाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भगवान् श्री सत्यसाई बाबाय नमः। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Om Shri Sai Ram. Epilogue. My loving pranams at the divine lotus feet of my Lord and Master. I went to Sai Nilayam a couple of days after Guru Purnima in July 2012. I had gone to partake of the holy water with which Ma had performed Pada Seva when Bhagavan had come to give her darshan on that holy day. While I was there, I thought, so much has been happening here, such extraordinary Leela of Bhagavan, and there is going to be no record of it. I wondered if I should attempt to write a book on Ma's divine experiences. As is often the case, we don't know when he introduces that little twist in our lives and where he intends to lead us from there. I wrote a letter to Bhagavan asking for his permission to write this book. The next morning, he blessed my letter with vibhuti and put his thumbprint of approval. I spoke to Ma. She said, "Okay, if that is what Swami wants." Ma was going to Shirdi at the end of the month and we decided to begin work on the book after the trip. While she was in Shirdi, she told me that after coming to Lucknow, she was going to fast for 108 days, beginning the 7th of August. I did not bring up the subject of the book when she returned, thinking that it will be too much of a strain on her. At the end of the month, Ma said that we could start work on the book if I was ready. On the 1st of September 2012, when we sat for our first session in the mandir, she had not eaten for 25 days. She began with the early part of her life with Bhagavan. When I reached home, I immediately sat to write, while the incidents were still fresh in my mind. I repeated this exercise the next evening also. It was an effort to recall everything accurately, and my husband suggested that I record our conversation. From the next session, I recorded the entire narrative spread over 3.5 months. When I wrote, I made sure that all the facts, including seemingly inconsequential ones, were correct. Now that I did not have the strain of having to remember every detail, my experience changed entirely. When Ma spoke, the vibrations in the mandir were unbelievably intense, charged with his presence. She delved deep, I flowed along. I lost myself in her experiences. Her face shone bright as gold, her voice very, very soft. But it was her eyes that were the window to her experience, and when I looked into them, I was transported to her sacred world. When she wept, I cried. When she was still, I experienced the calm. When she was in bliss, I was filled with divine energy. It purified me. I felt blessed, truly. We had our last session on the 18th of December 2012. On this day, Ma spoke of Bhagavan's darshan on his birthday, 23rd November 2012. More than 4 months had passed, saturated with the ananda of writing the book. When I had done the 18th chapter based on Ma's penance for 108 days, I felt that the book was nearing completion. Happily, I requested Ma to ask Bhagavan if I could place the book for his blessings on the 13th of January. I would be very grateful. He would bless it on the morning of the extremely auspicious Makara Shankranti day, the 14th of January 2013. I felt that this was a good idea, but Bhagavan had other plans. The next morning, when he came to the mandir to give darshan to Ma, before she could say anything, Bhagwan said, "The book will be blessed on Basant Panchami, Saraswati Puja day." Basant Panchami was falling on the 14th of February. Bhagwan said, "The book will have 108 pages, and the last chapter will be on the 108-day penance, because no one on this earth has ever done a tapa like this, my child." On the 15th of January, in his immense grace, Bhagwan said, "The last chapter must end with 108 Namavali." Bhagwan gave some more directions on the 22nd of January. He told Ma that at the beginning of the book, right below his picture, should be written the most sacred mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya. He also directed me through Ma to write the mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, below Shirdi Baba's picture, which was to be placed on the left of Bhagwan's picture. He said that the next page must have the offering of the book to the Lord. He repeated his earlier directive on this day too, that the last chapter of the book must end with 108 Namavali. I had decided to write the author's name inside and not on the cover of the book. Bhagwan told Ma, "Tell Anu to write Anu Chopra on the cover below the title of the book." He also said that I should go through the book again to check for mistakes. I went through the book several times and made corrections. With deep gratitude and joy, I placed the book at his divine lotus feet on the 13th of February. I was now looking forward to the morning of the 14th, knowing that I will be lying awake all night, waiting for that call from Ma to tell me every small detail of how our most beloved Lord had blessed this little labor of love. It was 4:15 a.m., 14th February, Basant Panchami 2013. I had been awake almost all night waiting. My phone rang. I held my breath and whispered, "Sai Ram." In Ma's words, after Namasmaranam, I was sitting in the mandir waiting for Swami. I was looking at the clock again and again, thinking, Swami is going to come. Then I began to wonder, Swami has not come yet. What happened? Just then, exactly at 3:45 a.m., Swami entered from the balcony door. He walked in and sat on his sofa. I had moved the footstool a little from its place because the book was lying there. Swami sat, looking at his picture to the right of his sofa, lost in thought. He put his hand on his chin, as he often does, and kept looking there. I lifted the book from the tray and gave it to Swami, saying, "Swami, this is the book Anu has written." Swami said, "Anu has written beautifully." "Acha, bahut acha." I opened the book. On the first page was Shirdi Baba's picture, and on the adjoining one was Swami's picture. He placed his hands there and Vibhuti appeared. The next page was where the book is offered at his divine lotus feet. He made his thumbprint there with a paste of a light orange color that appeared on his thumb and said, "This is my signature. I gave you a letter in which you have offered the book to Swami." He read it very carefully and said, "Very nice, very beautiful." He sprinkled a lot of vibhuti on your letter. He looked very happy. Swami was quiet for some time in deep thought. Then Swami said, 18th chapter, for wish fulfillment. This chapter can be read again and again, as many times as you want. Swami said the 9th chapter is very important. He opened the 9th chapter and blessed it with his hand. He sprinkled vibhuti on the page. Then he began to turn the pages himself. I was holding the book. As he was turning the pages of the book, Swami would stop and place his hand on a page and bless it. When he came to the 18th chapter, he placed his hand on that page for about 2 minutes. He closed his eyes while his hand was on the page. Then he sprinkled vibhuti on it, moving his hand round and round. He turned the pages and came to the last page which had my picture. He placed his hand on my picture and smiled. Vibhuti appeared there. Then he turned all the pages of the 108 Namavali and read it very carefully. As Bhagavan was closing the book, he said, "Tell Anu to check for mistakes." Then he put the book straight, placed both his hands on the book and blessed it. Then I touched his feet and kissed them. He put his hand on my head and blessed me. On the 5th of March, when Bhagavan came in the morning, he said to Ma, "My child, at the end of each chapter, Om Sai Ram must be written." When Bhagavan had blessed the first manuscript, he told Ma to ask me to check for mistakes. I made several readings of the book, editing and improving. I found some errors in the dates also and corrected them. Then I prayed to Bhagavan to bless the manuscript after the changes had been made. 8th March being Ekadasi day, I played 2 copies of the corrected version at his divine lotus feet on the previous evening. Bhagavan came at 4 a.m. in the morning and sat on his sofa. Shirdi Baba entered the mandir and sat by Ma's side. Ma offered the book to Swami, saying, "Swami, it has been checked and corrected." Bhagavan took the book in his hand and Ma says very seriously began to turn the pages. In all his kindness, the Lord blessed these 2 copies in a similar manner as the earlier ones. Bhagavan said, "Once again, tell Anu to check for mistakes." He shut the books and put his hands on them for some time again. He said, "Very well written. Anu has written so nicely." Ma then took the books to Shirdi Baba. Baba placed his hands on both the books and blessed them. He raised his hands to bless and said, "Sai Ram." First, Shirdi Baba left and then Bhagavan. On the 20th of March, when he gave darshan to Ma, Bhagavan said, "Tell Anu to make more improvements." I made several readings of the book. I read, checked, improved, read again, improved again. I will read again and try to improve further until my Lord is satisfied, until His message is printed on my consciousness, until His image is etched on my heart. Is this what Bhagavan wants? It must be. As I work on His book, He works on me. In His immense grace on Ugadi Day, 11th April 2013, Swami told Ma that the book will be published on Guru Purnima Day. With a prayer in my heart, ever in gratitude to my Lord and Master, on the 22nd of July, I offer the first printed copy of this sacred book at His divine lotus feet. 9th February 2014. There were some portions in the original manuscript that Swami directed me not to include in the book. While I was translating the book in Hindi, I wondered if Swami would want me to include those portions in the Hindi edition. I placed a letter for Swami asking him if I should do so. And the next morning when he came to give darshan to Ma, he gave his permission. Also, there were a few things that Ma had recalled after the first English edition had already been printed. I decided to include these also in the Hindi edition. With His grace, I was able to place the first printed copies for His blessings on the eve of His birthday. With immense love, He blessed these books on the morning of 23rd November 2013. Now I began to work on the second edition of the English book, as all the copies of the first print were over. On the 11th of January 2014, it was Vaikunt Ekadasi, and when Ma told me about Swami's amazing Leela on that auspicious day, I wanted to include it in the book. I kept a letter asking for permission from Swami. In the morning when Swami came, he read the letter. He blessed with Vibhuti and made the Om symbol with his finger. He also gave instructions. He said that this episode will be very important and that I should include it in the 18th chapter. He said that he will bless it for wish fulfillment. Swami said that the second edition of the English book will be out on Mahashivratri, 27th February 2014. With His grace, I will offer the first copies of the second English edition at His divine lotus feet, seeking His blessings on that auspicious day. Om Sai Ram.